doing great jobs in Southeast. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is a privilege to address the distinguished gathering on the subject that is very potential to transform the economic future of Southeast. Agriculture and technology as a powerful driver for defining industrial growth, manufacturing, business successes in Southeast of Nigeria. But before I go on, I thank you for inviting me to follow on the footsteps of eminent personalities who had graced the Onitsha Business Hangout as your keynote speaker in the past. Now, it is significant that this conversation is taking place right here in Onitsha, home of what is widely regarded as the largest bustling inland market in this region. The Southeast has long been recognized for its entrepreneurial spirit, resilience, innovation, and commercial excellence across Nigeria and beyond, even globally. The Igbo entrepreneurs have demonstrated remarkable success in trade, in manufacturing, and enterprise. Yet, despite these strengths, the region faces persistent challenges including industrial decline, youth unemployment, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to finance, and rising global competition. Because I know today, when I talk about global competition, if a Chinese man is here, is competing with our brothers. Meanwhile, our brothers go to China to buy. So there's a global competition coming. So we need to redefine the entire process. The time has come to move beyond the trading economy towards a productive economy driven by agriculture, manufacturing, technology, and innovation in order to build the Southeast's next industrial chapter. I believe that, let me give you a little story, people that don't know. By 1966, the Eastern region was the fastest growing economy in the whole world. It wasn't written by a Nigerian philosopher or a Nigerian book writer. It was written by one of the best universities in the world. It's recorded, it's there. So we are moving with a speed. But yes, we had a decline, but it is for us to get back ourselves and move forward because the future is brighter than today. Let's be honest with ourselves. The Southeast of Nigeria sits on what should be one of the great agricultural and industrial stories of Africa. 5 endowed states, rich, high rainfall, river system that can irrigate millions of hectares, and ample traditional of cassava, yam, palm produce, cocoa, vegetable, poultry, and aquaculture that stretches bound further than any other individual business history. And most importantly, the most entrepreneurial dense, commercially sophisticated, and intentionally, we are internationally networked in our population in Africa. So there's nowhere you go to that you will not see an Igbo man. Anywhere you go to, you must see an Igbo man. And that is why we are saying we are internationally networked in population in Africa. So we have everything in our Igbo, I can say. And yet, when you look at the agro-processing penetration rate across our 5 states, when you look at how much of our agricultural harvest we convert into manufactured goods before it leaves our borders, when you look at how much refined palm oil, processed cassava starch, and packaged food products we import from other parts of Nigeria, from Asia or Europe or elsewhere. The numbers are in numbers. There are so much that when you look at it, you find out that so much is being done in Southeast that are not being processed. The end point is not known. In those days, we take our palm oil, we take it out, we don't process it, we take it raw. But you know that one thing about anything that is crude is that when it's refined, it has other properties. It doesn't bring out only one property. It has many properties. So when you refine anything that is in a crude form, it comes out with many properties. According to reports, less than 5% of Southeast agricultural output is processed locally before sale. The rest lives as raw materials, and the value it creates is captured by someone else, somewhere else. So we don't capture the entire value chain. The paradox of our situation is this: our greatest untapped industrial resource, agriculture, is also the sector our business community has historically underestimated. We have chased diverse business margins, while the most durable wealth creation, the most durable creation engine on earth sits waiting on our doorsteps. Today, we must begin to correct that impression. We must begin to go back to that agriculture, industrialization, because that's the only way that we will achieve the growth that we left in the past. Understanding the opportunity. The global economy is undergoing profound transformation. Nations that create wealth today are those that combine natural resources, technology, knowledge, and entrepreneurship to produce value-added goods and services. Southeast Nigeria possesses significant advantages. 1, fertile agricultural land. 2, large and energetic youth population. 3, strong entrepreneurial culture, which is in our DNA. 4, strategic access to domestic and regional markets. 5, expanding educational institutions and skilled professionals. 6, a vibrant diaspora capable of providing investment expertise and market access. My proposition is this: agriculture as the foundation of industrial growth. So let me state plainly my position statement for today's discourse. Agriculture should not be viewed merely as food production. It is the beginning of an industrial value chain. Agriculture is no longer a side attraction to hustle. Equipped with technology, driven by strategic investment and power that our region has demonstrated over centuries, agriculture is the most credible, most accessible, and most transformative engine of Southeast industrialization available to us today. It is not oil or solid mineral, nor government contract, and not waiting for infrastructure that may or may not come. Agriculture, intelligently processed, technologically enhanced, and strategically marketed, is our path forward. As we proceed, we will cover 5 territories together as this conversation today, as we discuss. 1, we talk about the landscape. A clear-eyed assessment of agricultural endowment and the manufacturing gap we must close. 2, the technology bridge, how precision agriculture, agro-processing technology, smart logistics, and clean energy are eliminating the constraints that once made agro-industrialization seem unrealistic. 3, investment architecture, how to build, finance, and scale agro-industrial businesses using cluster models, blended capital, and strategic talent. 4, how to dominate the domestic market, or the domestic food economy, and then reach into Africa, 1.4 billion consumers in continental markets. That's what we're talking about, 1.4 billion. Sometimes when you are flying Amsterdam, you see that the whole of those things you can see there, agriculture everywhere. They are, what are they planting? They are shipping from there to other European countries. Here in Nigeria, a lot of planes come to Africa, they come to Nigeria, they come to East, they go empty. We can fund, we can develop a system where our processed agricultural products can be sold outside Nigeria on daily basis within maximum 8 hours or maximally 12 hours. Because a flight from here to anywhere in America is 12 hours. In Europe, it's about 8 hours. Some area is about 6 hours. We can decide to feed England. It's 6 hours. So there's a lot we can do. The market, how to dominate the domestic food and then reach out, like I said, you have 1.4 in Africa alone. Then 5, you have Monday morning action, specific commitment. You can begin this week. We are Southeast people. We are, by temperament, by culture, by history, practical people, builders, traders, problem solvers, operators. Let us keep this conversation at the altitude. Ladies and gentlemen, let us dive into the deep now and then go further to discuss. The Southeast untapped agricultural endowment. Nigeria is the world's largest cassava producer. The Southeast contributes significantly, yet less than 5% of output is processed locally into starch, into flour, into glucose, as earlier mentioned. The Southeast has once a global palm oil exporter. Today, we export crude oil and import refined derivatives, soap, margarine, oleochemical, at a staggering value premium. These are things that we're supposed to be doing here. Now we export the crude and then they bring back to us. Nigeria imports over $500 million in fish annually. The Southeast River system and cash fish farming tradition represent a near-ready import substitution market. The Southeast cultivates land, or let me say cultivatable land. The land that is cultivatable is estimated at over 3 million hectares. What can be cultivated is over 3 million hectares. Now it can, when you extrapolate that, where you have, you know, in those days when we were in school, they say you must do shifting cultivation, you must do, these days there's nothing like shifting cultivation. You can do continuous farming on the same land and be still having the same yield. And then you find out that what you get in an hectare is, today, with technology, you can get the yield is far more than what you are getting before. So the yield in agriculture, when you apply technology, is almost 4 times what you get from the historical system of agriculture. 3 million hectares, less than 40% utilized, less than 5% processed. That is not an agricultural problem. That is the largest untapped industrial opportunity in Southeast. Sitting in a plain side, waiting for people with the courage and the strategy to claim it. And I believe that in this hall, we have a lot of people that have the courage, that have the capacity to engage in that. Sometimes it's very difficult, very, very difficult. It's not everybody that sees the vision, but when few people catches the vision, you know that the future is bright. The value chain paradox, where the money goes to. Now, the Southeast region has strong potentials in palm oil, cassava, rice, yam, maize, cocoa, vegetable, fruits, poultry, fish farming, livestock. Instead of exporting raw produce, Southeast Nigeria should focus on processing and manufacturing finished products with higher value. And that's why I felt maybe there should be policy makers, people in government should be here because they are needed in this area. They need to help. Very important. Example, palm oil into refined cooking oil. You can use it for soap, you can use it for saponification, you can use it to do for soap and cosmetics and industrial chemicals, cassava into industrial research, ethanol, sweetener, pharmaceutical and animal feeds, fruit juice, concentrate, dry products, packaged food, livestock into processed meat, leather and dairy products. Every agricultural value chain creates employment. That's the reason we have so much unemployment. Because in the value chain of agriculture, there is employment in every strata. And people are employed. So, every agricultural value chain creates employment, supports small businesses, and stimulates industrial activity. So let's talk more, specifically about agricultural value chain. Economists call it value addition. Industrialists call it processing. I call it the single most important strategy any Southeast entrepreneur needs to understand if they want to build lasting wealth from agriculture. Let's consider 3 commodities that are grown in abundance across over the region and see what happens on the value chain of each as it moves through the processing chain. 1, the cassava value chain. The cassava root, dry chips, gari, high quality cassava flour, native cassava starch, modified industrial starch, glucose syrups, food and beverages, bioethanol, the fuel grade, biodegradable packaging material. 1 kilogram of cassava root leaves a farmer's hand for roughly some naira, that some kilogram processed into pharmaceutical grade modified starch commands 6 to 8 times value. When you go to the old farmer, you buy it, but when it comes to it's taken out, it comes back in a bigger value and you pay for it. So the cassava does not change. The entrepreneurial decision to process it changes everything. The second commodity is palm oil. Fresh palm fruit bunch. You have the crude palm oil, which is the CPO, the refined, bleach, the deodorized, RBD, palm oil, palmolene. And then you have the palm-based soap detergent, palm-based cosmetics, palm care, the oily chemicals, the fatty acids, and the rest of them. The Southeast was once the world's premier palm oil producing region. Today, Malaysia, Indonesia dominate because they made a strategic decision decades ago to process. It's why sometimes I hear people go to presidency, they want to get approval to be importing palm oil. I just laugh. You want to get approval to import palm oil. Now you want to pass, there is no strategic plan. Even for us to reintroduce the latest palm fruit that grows within 3 years. So everywhere in South, you have overgrown trees that men can no longer even climb. So it becomes a problem. So even when they get ripe there, they will fall because nobody will pick them. Nobody will cut them. So because everybody wants to go to the city. In those days, we have people that tap the cut palm fruits. These days, it's very difficult. You may travel miles to get people to come and cut it. So, but there's strategic plan. People in Malaysia and Indonesia, they had plans. So Nigerians are getting approval from presidency to go and import, to bring palm oil to Nigeria. Is it not funny? That choice now is ours to reverse. 3, yam value chain. You have the raw yam tuber. You can dry it, slice it as a chip, can pounded yam, package it, brand it, yam starch, food grade, yam starch, pharmaceutical, yam-based functional food nutrients. Nigeria produces over 70% of world's yam. We are dominant players in these commodities, and yet the packaged pounded yam sitting on supermarket shelves in Lagos, in Abuja, has most of its value-adding work done somewhere, not here. The works were done, they buy it and done. Maybe somebody will come, put 911, buy the whole, go to Nkwo market, buy the whole yam, takes it to somewhere, processes it, and brings it back to you as a processed pounded yam, just like that. We're also buying at a premium, funding someone else's process industry. This should make every entrepreneur here uncomfortable because the potentials are enormous. So every businessman that is here should be thinking out of the box because there are so much potential that we have here in agriculture. Then manufacturing as the engine of prosperity. To be candid, no nation in the world has achieved sustained prosperity without building a strong manufacturing sector. There's none. None. Manufacturing creates skill employment, increases export, encourages innovation, expands the tax base, builds industrial capabilities, and raises national income generally. Because when you build industries, through the production, people will be working there. They will pay, there's what you call payee, is it not? So they will pay their payee to government. And government will equally collect their income tax. That's double. They've collected that one. When those institutions are dead, you can't get them anymore. You won't get the payee, you won't get the income. Now, you find out that you create employment, you employ the people, you get the people employed, and then over time, people will keep climbing. You can be sending the people abroad for them to get trained and educated, and when they, after training, they come back, they develop themselves, and they begin to do bigger things in the same system. Over time, there will be creativity, there will be innovation, and when these things are done, you see that a nation is built over the period. And that is how nations are built. Nations are not built over just talking show. No, it's action. Action. There is no nation in the world that you don't have today. Britain is suffering it. Chinese are buying their industries. Indians are buying their industries. These are industries that are over 100 and something years. This is what made them who they are. So those are the things that are happening to us. Most of our industries are dead. So we need to come back and resuscitate them and bring them back to life. Southeast Nigeria can become a manufacturing hub in sectors such as food processing, pharmaceutical, building materials, agrochemical, consumer goods, textile and garment, leather products, packaging material, plastic material, renewable energy equipment. In fact, while coming, I was just watching a video and I found that there's a new technology for the cow horn. The cow horn can be used to make wallets, can be used to make bags. But here you see where we heap them and be burning them and creating environmental disease for people living around there. But what people have done is that they've gone, and now today, you buy this. You can imagine if you are buying the whole horns of cows killed in Onitsha alone every day and processing it and exporting it. You will create employment for people. Two, you will pay tax to government. Three, you will have shared prosperity amongst the participants, both for the impacted communities where you're operating, both for your workers, and both for government. So there will be a shared prosperity. So the role of small and medium enterprises. SMEs are backbone of economic growth. They act as primary engine for industrial diversification, domestic supply chain, and wealth creation. SMEs provide 80% of national employment, absorbing labor into manufacturing, agro-processing, and tech-driven craft. Local raw material utilization, small firms link agricultural output to industrial manufacturing by processing local crops into finished consumer goods. Supply chain integration, they serve as essential sub-supplier and distributors, feeding intermediate parts and services to larger conglomerate companies. That's what you see that people like Nigerian breweries, they do. They use the SMEs to grow the crops. They harvest the crops. They give them. They move it to their plants. So the SMEs, they are engine of growth in every economy. Economic diversification, they drive economy, they drive growth in non-oil sector like retail, tech, and light manufacturing, shielding the economy from crude oil volatility. In indigenous innovation, entrepreneurs adopt imported systems to fit into local constraints, spearheading unique fintech, agri-tech, and mobile mechanical solutions. That is one thing that the Chinese have done that I always give them kudos. They have taken the whole world by surprise. They shut down their world. They said nobody should come in. They took the Western science. They put it in there, and when you go, you see them old men sitting, looking at the Western engineering, doing reverse engineering everywhere, and then getting it working for them. And today, the export of China is bigger than America, except for war equipment. That's how the world grows. Because that's indigenous innovation. The indigenous begin to see things from a different perspective. You go to China, yes, when you go to China, don't leverage on just buying, leverage on buying their economy, their technology, and bring it back home. That, okay, you have what you call, they call it, what do we call it again? backward integration. You now leverage on backward integration. Because, yes, I want to trade on this thing for 5 years. But after 5 years, I want to have my own machinery. I want to start building it. I want to start manufacturing it here. I want it done here. Because if you are doing trading, it means it's only one sector of the economy that you are taking care of. But if you are doing manufacturing, you are doing multiple, because you are taking care of both the trading, the manufacturing, and the production. So you see that you have a value, complete value chain. So that is the indigenous innovation. What the government should do to help the SMEs thrive, to unlock the full potential of these businesses, the Nigerian government must transition from basic intervention to structural system reforms. Fix the infrastructure deficit, establish industrial clusters, build dedicated business zones, equip with shared solar, microgrids, central manufacturing machineries, warehousing to dramatically cut high startup overheads. You see, after 1966, we fell apart as a nation. Do you know that Nigeria had a developmental plan in 1962? They had a steel plan in 1962. And then they began, if you go to ASCON in Badagry, you will respect our old leaders. If you go to Ajokuta Steel, you will respect people that built that place. If you go, you'll see that they built iron mines for that. Nigeria should be a steel nation because the raw material is here. God has favored us with iron ore, but we don't know the use of iron ore. So these were things that were done in 1962. Then the young men came. They said they don't know what to use money for. They started spending money anyhow. And then we started funding the economy of other nations. Nigeria is funding the economy of other nations. I can tell you authoritatively. Why do I say so? I'm from the financial sector. There is no sector of the economy in Nigeria that I'm not in. So I can tell you free of charge. If you make somebody assistant director today in a ministry, he's looking to buy a house in London. How? What do you want to do with the house in London? What do you want to do with the house in London? Some of my friends in 2010, when Sugarland was raining, everybody said, oh, let's go and buy land, 5 million, this, that. I said, what for? The money is there, but I don't need it. So when COVID came, I said, you can see, you can't travel there again. That your house is gone. Sometimes you spend years here, you cannot travel out of this place. So why are you buying land and buy a house in America? So they said, why? I said, me. The opportunity I have is that any country I go to, I'll stay in the best hotel. Look for the best hotel for me, I'll stay there. But for me to buy a house, I no go buy. Because there's no American buying house here. There's no British man buying house here. So why do I support your economy? The money that is being pushed out, buying house in Dubai, everywhere, in Egypt and everywhere, it's our money. That's why we collapsed the entire economy of Nigeria. That today, everybody is crying. Are we supposed to cry as a nation? We're not supposed to cry. As at the time when we were colonized, our naira was better than the pounds. People that traveled to America in those days, Nigerian naira was it 50% of American dollar? 0.526 something. Yet in this country, people went to school. eating food, government food. They came back to destroy the same economy they saw. They went to school, free education. They cannot sustain it. I'm not here to talk about politics, but it's something that is very painful because we're not supposed to be where we are. We are not supposed to be where we are as a nation. So they need to fix the infrastructural deficit. They overhaul the credit scheme because Bank of Industry man came to my village after looking at everything. He said, "Oh, guy, you have to give us a property in Lagos." I said, "You are a madman." "Me, give you my property in Lagos?" "Yes." I said, "I cannot give you. This is where you are adding value. You have to take position on where you are adding value." He said, "They cannot." I said, "I don't want your money. I can be growing organically. I don't need to borrow from you." That is why some of our industries we are suffering in Southeast. Bring a BOI, I'll challenge them. Let them come and tell me who they have collected his property in Southeast. Maybe they collected this in Onitsha. But if it's some area, they will tell you, no, you have to be in Lagos or in Abuja or maybe in Port Harcourt. How can a country survive in that manner? It is not possible. It cannot happen. It can't. So they will need to overhaul the credit ecosystem. The entire credit ecosystem must be overhauled. They must promote micro matching grants, distribute targeted single-digit interest loan, and matching, because there's no country where you can survive. There's no businessman. Let me see the businessman that is making 30% profit in his business. Unless if you are doing government contract. There's nobody. I can challenge that person. You can't make 30%. So you are paying interest of 35%. So how do you succeed? So why won't you have bad loans? So for the system to succeed, there must be single-digit lending to structured manufacturers so that they can use it to turn around the economy. They must eradicate multiple taxation and bureaucracy. My sister is here. Son will chase you. This one will chase you. Another will chase you. Another will chase you. This one will chase you. When they chase you, you don't know the one that is chasing you. So you are confused. You are confused. So they must have a single taxing system. And the bureaucracy I don't understand. Somebody will tell you, okay, today is Friday, I cannot work on it, you come back on Monday. Please, let's be very realistic. It doesn't work other places. It doesn't work. Some of us here seated, we have been to China. Have you ever seen a Chinese worker with his or her phone in the shop floor? You can never. They only come out by 12 o'clock to go and eat. And once they come, everybody goes back and everybody is busy. You can't even if the Oga comes. In our own, if you enter, everybody wants to follow you. But there, even the owner of the business comes, nobody looks at him because you are focused on what you are doing. So the bureaucracy needs to stop. 4, we boast technical and technology capacity. I want to appreciate, like I said, when you come to Onitsha, you have some of the few technical schools here, growing technical people to see how they can fit to purpose for the industries. But some of them are still not up to standard. This is what government can help to do. So let me tell you the frank truth. The most counterproductive theory in Southeast business community is the one where public infrastructure failure becomes a permanent excuse for industrial indolence. Public infrastructure may improve partially, uneven, or slowly, waiting for it to be perfect before investing, in a strategy for permanent lagging behind. You cannot use that, because if you wait, you will never invest. You will never invest. So you need keep moving forward. So I don't know how many minutes do I have remaining, please. I talk too much when situations like this occur. Now, the forces of change, dear entrepreneurs, the specific combination of forces covered in 20 creates a window of opportunity that did not exist before and will not remain open indefinitely. 5 convergent forces creating the opportunity window. 1, the solar energy revolution. The use of solar energy has grown substantially in recent times. The energy constraint that has suffered or affected Southeast manufacturing for 30 years can now be commercially solved by any serious private investor without waiting for Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission. You know, I was telling somebody from Anambra, I said there is no electricity in my village. He said it's not possible. He said we have had electricity since 1960. I said in my village there is no electricity. So nobody is even thinking, only this my current governor that is thinking towards that. So there are some communities in this Igbo land that have no electricity. This is 2026. I begged the man that is the chairman or the MD of Southeast Development Commission. I said there are only 2 things you can do for us, but I'm appointed already. Only 2 things we want from you. With the money they've given to you, give us proof of concept. Proof of concept for a gas infrastructure cutting across all the big cities of Southeast. A proof of concept for the railway cutting across this. Then close the gap. Leave us. In the next 8 years, let the world come and see what will happen in Southeast. That's what we need. All I need to do is come to the gas, isolate it, and begin to fabricate. And they say, oh, it's coming China. I can sell it, package it as Chinese one now. If it's what you want. If you don't like that it's made in Igbo land, I'll package it as made in China and still sell to you. So, 2, mobile connectivity and digital market infrastructure. Smartphone penetration across Nigeria now exceeds 50% and is rising rapidly. Mobile money platforms have reached rural communities that were previously outside the formal financial system. Digital commodities, digital logistics platform, e-commerce channel now existing in viable routes to market for agro-business product. Implication, the market access problem. You want to give me something? Okay, thank you. The market access problem, getting your processed product to buyers at scale, has been substantially reduced by mobile technology you already hold in your hand or your pocket. 3, the African Continental Free Trade Area is no longer a diplomatic aspiration. It is an active legal and commercial framework creating preferential access to a 1.4 billion consumers. I want to appreciate Prof once again the great work he's doing with people moving across Africa to see if they can get across Africa. 4, the Naira devaluation dividend. The Naira devaluation under President Tinubu administration, painful as it is, has been for consumers and importers, has fundamentally altered the competitive equation for local manufacturers. Imported processed foods, beverages, industrial inputs are dramatically more expensive in Naira terms. So for the first time in decades, locally produced goods are genuinely pricing competitive against import across multiple product categories. Because today you want to go and buy dollar to import. If I have my raw material here, my price will price almost, I can still sell it at the same price and make more money as a local producer. The window in which local manufacturer is cost competitive with import is open now. Every moment of delay in a month is foregone competitive alternative or advantage. 5, a generation of technically equipped young entrepreneurs. Nigerian universities have produced over the past decade a generation of graduates in agribusiness, food technology, data science, renewable energy, engineering, supply chain management. Many are underemployed. Many have spent time abroad and returned with technical knowledge and global network. This is the talent pool of extraordinary quality, available, affordable, and eager for industrial leadership. The human capital constraint in Southeast agro-industrialization is lower than it has ever been before. You can hire the team you need in today's Nigeria. These 5 forces together represent a generational window for opportunities. The entrepreneur who takes advantage of this window will not simply build successful business. They will define the Southeast industrial identity for the next 30 years, the way the founder of Nnewi's Auto Park cluster defined it for the last 30 years. You know, Ada didn't know that Nnewi will appear in my lecture. So when she was talking about Nnewi, I was just laughing. So you can see. So you see, it's not everybody understood what the founding fathers that even started this trading here, what they saw. Today, Onitsha is one of the busiest markets in Africa. Nnewi is the engine room. At a point, Aba was almost competing when we were called the Japan of Africa. And devil decided to visit us in Abia. But I know that will help us in Jesus' name. Yeah, because at the point we are the Japan of Africa, there is not, I respect those boys. There is nothing you take to Abba that those boys will want. They will put it together and give you what you want. And you'll be surprised how they got. So we have seen what we have in Southeast. We have named the constraints that stand between us and what we desire. Now, let us talk about the instrument, the specific technology, and innovation that are turning agricultural potential into realities, industrial realities, which the Southeast business can leverage today. Technology. Technology is the multiplier of productivity and the bridge from farm to factory. Technology is no longer optional. It is absolutely imperative to our industrialization. At a glance, modern technology can improve farm productivity through precision in agriculture, irrigation and water management, mechanization and automation, processing efficiency, supply chain management, digital payment, market access through e-commerce, traceability and quality assurance, financial inclusion, also the almighty artificial intelligence, drones, satellite imaging, sensor, robotic, digital platform can significantly increase productivity while reducing waste. So let us look at 4 technology pillars These are technologies that are operating today and delivering the kind of agricultural and industrial result that our region is capable of scaling. Pillar one, precision agriculture powered by artificial intelligence, turning small-scale farmers into high-yield industrial suppliers. Every agro-processing industry in our region ultimately depends on one thing: a reliable, quality, consistent supply of raw materials. No raw material reliability, no factory viability. It is as simple as that. That is the simple thing. When you don't have your raw material, you cannot look at there no viability of your industry. The challenge in Southeast has always been our farming base is highly fragmented. Over 70% of farmers in this region work on plots smaller than 2 hectares. Individuals, they cannot supply the industrial processors at volume or quality consistent required. Collectively, if they are coordinated, equipped, and connected, they represent a formidable and inexhaustible industrial feedstock. Precision agriculture. This is the technology layer that makes that collective supply chain possible. Let's be specific about what we mean here. Our fragmented small-scale farming structure is not ideal for industrial supply. The response of the most successful agro-industrial business in West Africa has not been to wait until farms are consolidated. It has been to build the digital and the logical infrastructure that aggregates small-scale output into processors, great supply, and in doing so, they have created an asset that is arguably more resilient and more distributable than a single large farm estate will give you. So just like what, there's a study they did in India, and that's what they did. You see that the rice farmers, they started giving the rice farmers gadgets, they started planting their seeds and everything, and over time, there was shared prosperity amongst those farmers, and you see that the rice farmers, an elderly woman in the community is using board 7 and operating it effectively because of the training. These people were sent to the farmers to train them, to equip them, and then they are getting the result from their farming. The artificial intelligence. AI is transforming farming by shifting operation from traditional generalized method to data-driven precision agriculture. By analyzing massive data, sets from sensors, satellites, and drones. In fact, when I was coming, I was equally listening to one podcast, and the European was saying that they are now making seedless fruits, that those seedless fruits is what is going to dominate the world. And what we want to do, will create capitalism so that there will be no seed, but you will keep buying from them. So, coming from this side, because what they do over there is that whatever they create, they patent it. And once you patent it, you cannot replicate it. So we can equally decide to continue to maintain our seeds here. While they are doing seedless, we can be doing our seed here. Because that's what I've always done here in this region. So entrepreneurial application, the business opportunity here is not just in farming. It is in building or partnering with input supply, agronomic advisors, cooperative aggregation, infrastructure that sits between the farmer and the processor, bundle certified seed precision agronomy advisors, crop finance, guaranteed offtake into a single small farmer service offer, and you simultaneously de-risk the farmer Because what most people are doing now is to de-risk the farmer. Because the farmer is looking at it, if I do this, the risk associated, you dis-risk the farmer from the one. So let me try to shorten this thing. Pillar number 2, agro-processing technology, where industrial value is created. If pillar 1 is about getting quality raw material to the factory, pillar 2 is about what happens inside it. Here we address the practical accessibility of modern agro-processing equipment. Equipment accessibility revolution. We have seen too many Southeast food processors building capable production facilities, produce genuinely good products, and then watch those products sit at warehouses because they cannot supply ShopRite, Spar, Prince, Ebano, and co, and co, and co. These are the things we need to stop. So build in your hazard analyzer or hazard analysis critical control point. This will help you to manage such situations. Then you have equipment financing model that have changed the equation. Impact investor equipment finance, you have the ADB, their funding, the share foundation, the vendor finance from equipment suppliers. We have the entrepreneur application to this. All these things, I think I'll make my paper available to the organizers. Pillar number 3, smart logistics and supply chain technology. Closing this post-harvest loss. The post-harvest loss, how do you close the gap? Very, very necessary. Then you talk about the pillar 4, the clean energy, eliminating the single biggest pressure on Southeast manufacturing. Let us ask how many of you, when assessing viability of agro business in the Southeast, have identified the cost of power, generator diesel, unpredictable supply, equipment damage from, can imagine if you have a problem in my factory, you need to leave my village and come to Onitsha to a machine shop. So if you don't come to Onitsha or you don't go to Aba, it will not be rectified. So those are the problems where we need government to build aggregated hubs for industries. The green premium energy, because when you are beside me, I know that my time is numbered. Okay. The integrated agro technology summary. Each layer enables, amplifies the layer above and below it. You have the precision agriculture, agro-processing technology, the smart, and then the green technology. Strategic investment, building industrial ecosystem, not just business. Now that we can see the technology, we need to talk about the table on which they are laid, the investment architecture, the cluster model, the talent strategy that turns individual businesses' decisions into regional industrial moments. Every successful agro-industrial economy on earth, without exception, is built on cluster or what you call groups, not on individual factories, not on single brilliant entrepreneurs operating in isolation. Clusters are geographical concentration of complementary businesses, shared infrastructure, aligning supply chain and knowledge network. So you look at it, when I give you the paper, you look at a case study I did on Thailand, the World Agro-Processing Powerhouse. You look at the second one, I did another one on Netherlands, the food value and power knowledge of clustering. Very, very important. Then case number 3, you look at Rwanda. That is another case study you need to look at, the Rwanda. The Southeast cluster blueprint, 4 zones ready for anchor. Now, Southeast, it does not need to invent its own cluster location. The commodity base, the market proximity, and in many cases, the beginning of industrial infrastructure already. Zone 1, Imo and Abia. the anchor on palm oil refining, the ole chemical and soap, the full commodity range, the zone 2 anchored on cassava starch, the zone 3, you have the rice processing and brand export, you have the zone 4, Enugu, which is the cocoa and specialty food, which has to do with the range of cocoa, yam, poultry, dry farm. So I grouped them in that, in groups, strategy, capital architecture, where the money comes from. The primary constraint in Southeast agro-industrial investment is not capital supply. There is more capital available for food system investment in Nigeria today than in any time in the past 30 years. Development finance institutions are actively seeking deals. Impact investors are deploying hundreds of millions of dollars into African food value chain annually. Commercial banks are equally lending. Then you talk about the banking, what bankable actually means, what bankable project actually means. Verifiable land tenure, 1. You talk about certified financial account, 2. You talk about documented supply chain, 3. Credible management team. You talk about, yes. Then you talk about the talent as irreplicable asset. The Inewi blueprint, revisited again. Technology without skill operators is expensive scrap metal. Technology without skilled operators is expensive scrap what? Metal. That is what it is. No matter when you don't have the skill, it's a scrap metal. Okay? Lesson for Southeast. I put it there, I put it there, I put it there. This, my paper is too long. I have 13 pages. Okay, don't worry, let me cut it. I'll cut it. I'll cut it. And then I will discuss it. Here I have the market strategy where I talked about the export certification as a market asset. You must have your product certified by all that's why the sun is here. They must certify you. If they don't certify you, because they are recognized globally as one of the key. And I want to appreciate the sun. They have done well, very well, in certifying most of the product. You don't see junks in the market anymore, unlike in the olden days. So they are seriously doing a great work. Okay. Start, like I said, action recommendation for aspiring agro entrepreneurs. Start with a value chain gap, not a farm. Don't begin by asking, what can I grow? Ask, what does the market lack? And where does the money currently leak? Identify one agricultural commodity with proven demand where processing, storage, distribution value is captured outside Southeast so that you can leverage on that. Very important. Formalize before you scale. Register your company name before you scale. Don't just start it. Build one strategic relationship. Agro entrepreneurship is not a solo sport. Identify one complementary partner, a farmer if you process, or a processor. You must have one. Pursue one certification, NAFDAC, SON, Global GAP, or HACCP. You have to provide. The unifying principle here, as an aspiring agro entrepreneur, think like an industrialist. From your first transaction, the gap between a farmer and agro-industrial entrepreneur is not capital, It is system thinking. Build the system early, the capital follows. Okay? That is so I pray that this Onitsha Hangout should do something very critical. And something very critical is that let the end of this meeting, something big will begin to happen. That we begin to do extraordinary things here. Okay? Let's begin to do extraordinary things here and see how we can let this Onitsha Business Hangar be the cola nut we are bringing to Southeast industrial transformation. Agriculture plus technology powered by Southeast Enterprise is the fastest, most credible, most enduring to any industrial greatness for our region. So I challenge every industrialist here, every entrepreneur here, or aspiring entrepreneur here, or every manufacturer, every investor here to make one commitment. Speak it to the person beside you, to hold each other accountable, to show the world that when Southeast decides to rise, we do not rise alone. When Southeast decides to rise, we do not rise alone. We move others. So we are the pacemakers. And that is why we should remain as pacemakers. We should see all the business availabilities in today's outing. We should not just close it and think that it's something that can just go like that. Please, I want to appreciate every one of you. It's a very, very, very important thing I want us to share this evening. Just give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes, I'll be done. 5 minutes, I'll be done. 5 minutes. Five minutes, I'll be done. So please, I will send this to the organizers that you can get to everybody that is here so that we'll go through it. There are more to what I have here than what I've just shared. I have to skip some of the things that I just shared with us. And I want to encourage us once again. I want to thank the organizers of this program, Prof. and all of them for this. Let's have more of this hangout in Southeast and make it, imbibe in it. Let's see how we can get it internalized by our people and see that people begin to actualize this thing. I can tell you, as it was 30 years ago in Southeast, it's not the way it is. In fact, I almost could not recognize Onitsha anymore because Onitsha has almost insulated with Oka. So that is what we're asking for. You see industries everywhere coming up. I want to encourage every one of us. Let's make sure that we get the best and transform our region, because the more we do that, we get a lot of youth out of the street and get them employed. Because anybody that is employed, gainfully employed, if he's found stealing, then he's a thief. There's stealing in his blood. But somebody that is gainfully employed and is happy with what he's doing and that is being encouraged, I think he will do better for the society that he belongs. So I want to thank you once again. Thank you and God bless you.
What an insightful and inspiring conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Uchechukwu Samson Oga, for this amazing one. Quickly, we'll take a question from the audience. Sir, please, we'll crave your indulgence. We'll take just one question from the audience. Please be very straight to the point in regards to what was talked about. Okay.
I want to appreciate the speaker because you spoke as it should. The lecture at this time or the speech at this time is very apt. My question is, my name is Chinyere Oluchukwu Osuji, the founder and CEO of Global Nutrition Limited, an innovative agro-processing company that is using indigenous legumes such as opa, akidi, ozaki, fiofio, and okwa to close the nutritional gap in baked flour goods, thereby providing consumers optimal nutrition in simplified form. You cannot agree with me that these legumes are highly underutilized and neglected. So, sir, when you are talking about the Southeast region and you were grouping them in clusters of the produce that come from them, opa was left out. Akidi, ozaki, fiofio were left out. You only mentioned cassava and the others. What are we doing with these legumes? Because I know that Nigeria accounts for 46% production in Africa, 46% production in globally, and 48% production in Africa. What are we doing with this food product?
I want to apologize. Let me apologize because when I said it's not sacrosanct. It's just a few notable ones. But, you know, I cannot live out of that because they are my in-laws. So there's no way you cannot mention Opa. But what you are saying is the truth. You know, I saw Abacha to the world as they're making waves. Fiofio is there. The Odudu is there. Those leguminous seeds, they are there. It's for you to look at how you can bring value creation to it and process it. Because you find that even that Odudu can give you, if you process it, you can get more than 2-3 other items out of it. And you can use it to even, maybe the back might be curing one disease. The inside might be for feeding, and then the other one might be for animals. So there's so much. So every seed has so much potential. So I'm sorry I did not go in mentioning them, but if I start mentioning, we will not live here today. So I'm sure that all that you have said, they are very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My second question. We are talking about encouraging youth to go into agro-processing and agriculture. And we know that we have industry experts from the Southeast that are mostly based outside the region. And when these youths come up with ideas, they have difficulty getting investors investing in startups. How do we get our youths to believe more in themselves, coming up with startups in various value chains that we just mentioned? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You see, when you talk about raising capital There are various ways of raising capital for whatever business you want to do. But in whatever method you want to apply, one thing that is very critical there is trust. If you come to me now, in my bank, we created what we called, and I still remember there's one program we started, Dreams Seed. We call it Dream Seed. When you come up with a dream, we interview you, we see what you can do. Then we found out that over time, these people are not coming with the true ideas. The idea they are coming are people's idea, not, there's a difference between originator and a copier. You can copy to make C and pass out, but the original person will make A. You understand what I'm saying? Now, when you have that trust, there are various methods. I'm sure in one of the hangouts, they must discuss about various methods of raising money. Maybe by Susu, 10,000, or by a microfinance bank, or by friends, or by family members. Then when you are seen to be trusted with a little thing, biblically, I'm not a pastor, but let me take you back. It said a man was going to traveling and he gave gifts to his servants, right? And when he came back, some that had 5 brought 10. Some that had 10, 2 brought 4, double. One went and hid it. And then even says, "Oh, guy is not a good person." A friend of mine told me a story. His Oga settled him with money to start business. And he happened to see one girl he had been toasting. And then, after they have settled him, he saw that girl as he was going. He now started, now I'm settled and I have money in my pocket. And then he said, "Okay, let's go." And then he now went in Onitsha here. He now went to one hotel with the girl and they stayed there for 1 week. The money now finished. He now started telling everybody that his Oga gave him ego. That is a juju money they gave him. So, and then everybody started calling the man, "Why will you give your boy that served you ego?" So the man now decided to arrest him. And then when they arrested him, they took him to a police station. And at the police station, he now confessed. This is what he used the money to do. So, the major thing is that trust and sincerity of purpose is necessary in raising finance. So if you raise that 500 and somebody will be watching you, the person that even gave you 500 will be watching you. If you are faithful in small things, big things can come your way. So that is the key thing. Some of our youths are not, in fact, once you see 500 or even give him 10 million naira, he will disappear. The next time you will see him, he's looking haggard. I tell you that armed robbers rob him. No armed robber. No armed robber. So that is the key thing. They will tell you all the sequences. You must have faith in God. You must have this. You must have that. You must have this as you are doing your business. So you get that first money, you manage it and focus. There are some people are giving somebody money. He became a donor in meetings more than me. I get what I'm saying. You are not using your capital to be donating money. And when the money finishes, he said, I don't know the type of money this bank gave me. But you didn't judiciously use it for the purpose for which it was intended. So people will support you when they see genuineness in you and your ingenuity in utilizing what is given to you. Banks equally do the same thing. You borrow 5 million and pay, 5 million and pay, and then the bank will ask you, okay, they will use their money to ask you, okay, do you need more money? That's the way it works. So please, I hope I answered your question. Thank you and God bless you. One more question. From a prof, I'm in trouble.
Ngebido na ebe doctor kwụsị. Biko na ịchọrọ m onye ọbụla na-ebe kwa gịnwa aka kwa Don Ebubọgụ aka n'ihi na ife nwanne nwaanyị chọrọ o nwere ofu nwoke bidoro ya ahụ na ya ka kafake 20 million ọ dị ebe a
Mba.
fake 20 million ye ndị ụmụaka okorobịa ụmụ agbọghọ mala ife fa na-eme ị ga-amala ife ị na-eme tupu fanye gị aka ọ bụla mmadụ batasị nwoke nye m aka ihe m ego m ga-amalụ ife m ga-eji eme be ka amara ife ị ga-eji ego mee ịchọrọ ka anyị gị ego betekene dịli Chineke na ndị Chineke kwadobere dịka Tiger Foods wọtalụ oge m nụrụ ya akpata YouTube that obodo adịgo mma. What I'm going to say because of those allergies ndị Igbo na-asị anyị ke n'ama anyị ke n'obi no anyị ke n'obi anyị ke n'obi anyị ke na mkpuke biko nụ anyị chọrọ ayọyọ ka anyị chọrọ ịyọ ndị dịka gị ịbatago n'ụlọ akụlụ nke gị alụgo ụlọ biko kpọtala ndị ọzọ n'azụ n'ilo ya ka fa bịa mee obele anyị nwere ife anyị na-akpọ pitching. When millionaires have been raised, I want to tell you the truth. Millionaires have been raised through some of this help. Industrialists, entrepreneurs have been raised with that seed money. Government is not involved in this one I'm talking about. But I want to also throw it at you. You know you are my brother. Because if there will be a gathering that will, for a platform that will cause us to look back at these young people, look at them. 1 million. Onye me pitching. The show if on a me. Anyị ego ka obido mentor ya ka ofu unu that unu mere ya oge gara aga unu ka na-eme ya Don Ebubọgụ na-eme ya kịta ome ka na-eme ya anyị ọma mmiri ọgbọf ọ bụrụ Don mere 10 ọ bụrụ Don Tiger Foods mere 20 millionaires Master omego 100 millionaires. My brother Cosmos Maduka CM Komafaya or me 500 millionaires. Na nkiti ndị bi ebe a anyị na mentor fa And before you know it, in 10 years to come, this place will revive again. I want to tell you, I appreciate what you have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm sure what you said does not need an answer. Because it's one we are looking for. Maybe if it's a common where people come together. What you have said is the right thing. But in pockets of some of us, we are doing it in different ways. We don't need to announce to the world. Any day, any year I shared 200 million is more. So, but you don't announce it. I'm not somebody that is I don't like publicity. Some people say, I don't like doing it. Because Jesus said, whatever you do, your right, left hand should know what your left hand is doing. So, it's not. But the issue remains that this generation needs to speak to themselves. What do they actually want to do? You see, it's begin to organize things like this. We begin to talk to this generation. This is not your generation. I work with them. I talk to them. They are part of me. But this generation, they are different from our generation. Either you are in the media, you might know what I'm saying. So, I don't have time. Maybe another time. So, you put a structure together. You bring all of us together. Then, sincerity of purpose is what everybody wants to see. And then, since that, if we can see the end of the road from the beginning, why won't you be part of it? Once there's genuineness in every action, maybe this guy started this hangout maybe some years on today. So, and people one day it becomes an international. People say, where is this one coming from? Maybe because there are someone they've not heard about him. That little beginning, people need to implant it in our people. Little beginning, give you 1 million, multiply that 1 million. They give you 500, multiply that 500. I might give you 1 million, not because I want to give you 1 million, I will keep 9 million to watch what you do with 1 million. If I see that you are faithful in 1 million, I'll bring out the 9 million I give to you. That is the key thing. But do they still want to do this thing we are doing? I'm not sure. So let's be the time will come for discussion. It's unfortunate that my Mondays are spent in Lagos, so that's why I have to go. If not, I would have loved to stay till the end. So I want to apologize. Maybe we'll have another time maybe I plan to sleep in Onitsha. And that means you must take care of my battalion. So thank you so much. I appreciate everyone that has come. It's a wonderful event, and then I pray that it continues to grow from strength to strength. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please, one more thing again. 10 minutes of your time, sir. Yes. Few minutes, rather, of your time. We need to do something to you and for you. Okay. Right about now, I think it is due for me to call on the representatives of Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Highness Nemeka Achebe, Igwe of Onitsha. We have two esteemed guests here to welcome our keynote speaker, Chief Chuka Oboli Osumafa of Onitsha, and Chief Benedict Emengo Oboli Boja of Onitsha. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you.
Dr. Uche, okay. I must say that your speech, your keynote address has been very inspiring. And thank you for giving so many of our young people the benefit of not only your intellectual knowledge, but also of your experience. Because that is what, in the end, will stand them in better stead. And I also want to thank the organizers for picking you to come to deliver the keynote address today. It shows that they have had previous encounter with you somewhere.
Quickly, I'd love to also call on Chief Don Ibubroko to come for the gift presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
So let us welcome you to the Southeast that you have spoken so much about. And we want to say, please, we need you to come again. And as somebody has suggested, that we try to organize some other fora so that you will be able to speak to them and make our people more prosperous.
Okay, thank you so much, Uche. Thank you for coming. On behalf of the business hangout and then the entire guests and the panelists, I'm making this presentation to you.
Okay, another round of applause for our keynote speaker, as well as the representatives of the OB of Onitsha and Chief Don Ibubroko. Thank you so much for this amazing and insightful keynote address. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we thank, okay, 1 minute, like you said, ma'am, okay.
On behalf of Premium Trust Bank, we want to just give a token. We appreciate you as a senior colleague. We've known you from Zenith Bank. So that's why we came, where you actually said a whole lot of things here today that we will speak to when is our time to talk. So we just want to thank you for all you do for humanities and keep doing the good work. This is a little token from Premium Trust Bank. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, our keynote speaker, Dr. Uche Samson Oga, for this amazing one. I believe with what he has done so far, everybody has, better understanding and also a broader perspective of what we are here for today. And with that being said, I would love to also still make welcome the representatives of OB of Onitsha once more. His Royal Highness Nemeka Achebe, Igwe of Onitsha, for their welcome address from His Royal Highness. Thank you so much, sirs. Chief Chuka Oboli Osumafa of Onitsha, as well as Chief Benedict Emengo Oboli Boja of Onitsha. A round of applause as they come onto the stage. Thank you.
Let me say good evening, and I welcome everybody present here, and I do hope you are enjoying the program as much as we are doing. This is a goodwill message that is being presented on behalf of the Obi of Onitsha. Igwe Nnameka Alfred Ugochukwu Achebe, CFR, MNI, Obi of Onitsha Abogidi, at this business hangout session, which is aptly captured, Redefine edition. We stand here before you on behalf of His Royal Majesty, Igwe Nnameka Alfred Ugochukwu Achebe, the Obi of Onitsha. First, he sends his royal greetings to every entrepreneur, innovator, and business leader gathered here for the redefined edition of the Onitsha Business Hangout. Let me apologize on his behalf that he's not able to be here personally as requested by the organizers because of his very busy business schedule. You won't believe it. You remember Royal Niger Company, who came with the colonizers at that time. What did they come for? Trade. The Onitsha Business Hangout carries that legacy forward. It gives young entrepreneurs a platform to learn, connect, and grow. Last year, the palace sent two officials to the 4.0 edition of this event, and they returned with good reports. They spoke of the energy in the room, the quality of the discussions, and the strength of the partnership formed. His Majesty was very pleased to hear that the event drew over 2,000 attendees and produced real outcomes, new partnerships, new mentorship, and new business opportunities for the people of this region. This year's theme, Redefine, speaks directly to the moment we live in. Nigeria's economy keeps changing. Businesses must adapt fast or fall behind. Redefining possibility is therefore not a slogan, it is a requirement for survival and growth in today's market. His Majesty commends the organizers for choosing a theme that meets this challenge headlong. The Onitsha has spent over 2 decades on the throne. He built his reign on the values of leadership, unity, and progress for his people. He has watched Onitsha grow as a commercial center for the Southeast and for Nigeria. He believes strongly that traditional institutions and modern enterprise must work together. Culture gives a people their identity, while commerce gives the people their strength of the whole world. So every entrepreneur in this room, I challenge you to build with discipline, learn from the speakers on this platform, and form the partnership that will carry your business forward. The market rewards those who show up, who listen, and who act. This event gives you the room to do all three. Network with intention. Don't collect contacts for show. Follow up with people you meet. Turn conversations into partnerships or referrals within weeks, not months. And remember, the entrepreneur who lasts aren't the one that has the best idea. I say that again. The entrepreneur who lasts are not the ones with the best idea, but they are the ones who adjust fast, they track their numbers, and they keep showing up after the excitement fades. Abogidi therefore prays for the success of the Redefine edition. He prays for growth in every business represented here today. He prays also for the continued unity of the Onitsha business community and the Southeast region. He therefore sends his royal blessings to all. On behalf of His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Abogidi, I wish you a productive and rewarding event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those gracious and encouraging remarks there. Thank you so much. A beautiful and warm round of applause once more to the representatives of His Royal Highness. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, sirs, for this amazing one. And yes, we're really, really, truly honored by the goodwill and support of His Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, and the entire royal institution as they are here present. Quickly, you know, as they all say, vision brings people together. Vision brings people together, but purpose keeps them moving. And at this point, it is my honor to invite the convener of the Onitsha Business Hangout, Mr. Ifeanyi Obaji, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, the stage is yours. Another beautiful warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Kekunume. Biko. I'm not used to not wearing cap, and I will try today. Thank you very much for coming together today. I wouldn't want to start with an apology, but yesterday was very, very hectic for us, not because of the open pit challenge, but the chief judge, former chief judge of Anambra State, did his 80th birthday here. As of 6 a.m. this morning, the decoration they did, we are still here. So it was only a miracle that we were able to put this together. It was not planned. But thank you very much for still being here and understanding. This is a welcome address by the convener on Onitsha Business Hangout, the Redefine edition. Today, Sunday, July 5th, 2026. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, respected traditional rulers, captains of industry, investors, our dedicated sponsors and partners, hardworking volunteers, members of the press, fellow entrepreneurs, and everyone who has made today possible. Good day and welcome to the Onitsha Business Hangout Redefine Edition 2026. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude and a mind full of purpose. What started as an idea, a conversation really, has grown into the gathering we see in this room today. And that did not happen by accident. It happened because people believed, people showed up, people worked. So before I say another word, let me pause to say thank you. To our sponsors, thank you for believing in a vision before it had fully taken shape, and for backing it not just with words, but with resources. To our partners, thank you for lending your name, your network, and your credibility to this movement. To our volunteers, you are the quiet engine behind everything you see running smoothly today. You arrived early, you stayed late, and you did it without needing the spotlight. The event is as much yours as it is mine. And to everyone seated here today, founders, farmers, processors, investors, policymakers, students and dreamers, thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. That is not a small thing in a world full of demands of your attention. From a small dream in 2022, Onitsha Business Hangout has grown into this beautiful movement, a platform where ideas meet capital, where experience meets ambition, and where the business community in the Southeast comes together to learn, connect, and rise. Seeing all of you here today fills my heart with pride and hope. This year, we choose the theme that is deliberately provocative and timely: agriculture beyond farming, unlocking value chain in the Southeast. I say provocative because for too long, when we in the Southeast have spoken about agriculture, the conversation has started and ended on the farm. We talk about yields, we talk about rainfall, we talk about land, and these things matter. They are the foundation. They are not, but they are not the whole house. Here is the truth we must confront today. The farm is only the beginning of the story, not the end of it. Somewhere between the farmer's harvest and the consumer's plate, or the manufacturer's factory floor, there is a long chain of opportunity that we, as a region, have not fully claimed. Processing, packaging, storage, and logistics, branding, financing, distribution, export. Every single link in that chain is a business waiting to be built, a job waiting to be created, a wealth creation opportunity waiting for someone bold enough to see it. And that someone could be anyone in this room. The Southeast has never lacked ambition. We are, without apology, a people known for enterprise. Our markets are legendary.
our trade networks stretch across the country and beyond. What we have sometimes lacked is the deliberate connection between our agricultural raw materials and our commercial instincts. Think about it. How much of what we grow leaves this region unprocessed, only to return to us packaged, branded, and marked up by someone else? How much value do we export in raw form, only to import it back as a finished product at a fraction of the point of the profit for us and the majority of the profit for someone else? This is not a story of lack. This is a story of untapped potential. And potential left unattended is simply opportunity handed to someone else. Today, we are here to change that narrative. One conversation, one connection, one partnership at a time. When we say value chain, we are not talking about abstract economic theory. We are talking about real people. The farmer who needs a reliable off-taker, not just a good harvest. The young graduate who could build a processing business but doesn't know where to start. The investor looking for the next viable agribusiness to fund. If only they could find one that's bankable and ready. The logistic entrepreneur who could solve the storage and transportation gap that caused so much post-harvest loss. The exporter who could open Southeast produce to markets far beyond our borders. If the standards, packaging, and structure were in place, every one of those people could be sitting in this very room. And we are here not just to talk, but to connect, to spark ideas, to build bridges between people who have what others need. We are here to challenge ourselves. We are here to move beyond just planting and harvesting to processing, technology, packaging, logistics, marketing, export, and financing. We are here to redefine how the Southeast engages with agriculture, not just as a means of survival, but as a serious engine for wealth creation, industrialization, and generational prosperity. So as we come into today's conversations, panel sessions, and interactions, I want to leave you with a challenge. Do not live here with just notes. Live here with a next step. If you are a farmer, ask yourself, what is one thing I could do differently to add value before I sell? If you are an investor, ask yourself, what agribusiness in this room today deserves a second conversation after this event? If you are a young person still finding your path, ask yourself, which link in this value chain excites me enough to build a career or a business around it? Redefinition does not happen through inspiration alone. It happens through decisions made after the applause has ended and the lights gone down. To every one of you who has traveled far and near to be with us today, someone came from Lagos since Thursday, has been here, and he's here today. Thank you to our distinguished speakers, Jaco, Ake, Madam Chedemwa, Madam Suleiman, Mr. Suleiman, panelists, sponsors, partners, and especially our royal fathers and special guests. Your presence brings honor and weight to this gathering. To our young entrepreneurs and first-timers, I want you to know this. You belong here. This is your platform. Ask questions, network boldly, exchange contacts, and leave here with at least one new idea or connection that can change the trajectory of your business. Today is not just an event. Today is a movement. Today, we are not just talking about agribusinesses, we are activating it. So let us open our minds, open our hearts, and open our networks. Let this day be fruitful. Let it be memorable. And above all, let it be transformative. Once again, welcome to the Redefine edition 2026. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Thank you very much.
If your hands are not too busy, once more, another round of applause for the convener of the Onitsha Business Hangout. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your commitment to building entrepreneurs, creating opportunities, and inspiring positive change across our region. Right about now, I believe it's time for us to not to water down, but to speak to the soul with art. Business speaks to the mind, but art speaks to the soul. And to remind us of the power of vision, of purpose, of resilience through creative expression, please welcome our spoken word artist, Favor Sam, for the spoken word presentation.
Thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm so excited. Thank you for this opportunity to be a blessing, to you. Please, let me get my sound. Please let me get the sound. Thank you. Okay. Should I go ahead? Thank you. Okay. Let us look at the soul of a city that carries an entire region's survival. This city is not just a collection of zinc roof and concrete stores. This is a place our fathers arrived with nothing but a single bag and a dream. And yet, they birthed and built an empire of educated generations. This is a city that proved to the world that we could rise from the ashes of war and prosper. This is the heartbeat of the Southeast. But if we all must be honest, this heartbeat is growing tired because the streets are covered with smokes from factories choking the air. The gridlocks from the head bridge is gradually stopping and stealing the strength and ambitions of our youth. Day after day, we watch our youngest of mind, our strongest of visionaries, packing their bags and moving far away from home. And this, it's not because they want to abandon their roots. This is because home, the place that once birthed their father's dream, is lacking rooms to breathe. Oh, it breaks my heart to see that the gateway of our motherland is becoming a place people just pass through but never stays. And we talk about bringing wealth back home. But how do wealth stay when the roads are broken? Do we fold our hands and watch the crown jewel of our commerce fade into a memory? Make it make sense. This is our advocacy. This is a call to action, because redefining Onitsha is not a political project. This is our collective moral duty. We owe it to the farmer who tilled the land until it blossomed. We owe it to the trader who stand on his feet until dusk. This is about the young people, to give them the opportunity to dream again, to stand again, and to dream again. We are rewriting our story because we need land that fuels production. We need power that flows with dignity, and we need technology that reconnects our local markets back to the global stage. We owe it to the men who built main markets with their bare hands, because this is our home, it's our legacy. We owe it to the children that will inherit the land. We are reclaiming our crown. We are rebuilding our hope. We are turning chaos into a future we all will be proud of. Because if our fathers could conquer the continent with nothing but a sheer will, imagine what we all could achieve if we give this city the wings to fly again. Thank you.
A brilliant and amazing one from the beautiful Favor Sam. Thank you so much for that amazing spoken word. Unfortunately, I'm not so good in spoken word, so we'll get right to the order of the day. An amazing one from Favor Sam once again. Right about now, behind every successful initiative are organizations that believe in its vision. Without these organizations, we probably would not have Onitsha Business Hangout standing today. And at this point, we'll hear goodwill messages from the representatives of our key sponsors, Tiger Foods Limited, Premium Trust Bank. We also have Sublime here, and I want you all to please welcome them warmly with a round of applause. Thank you so much. While we're still expecting them to come onto the stage, I want to also make welcome some of our esteemed guests in the house. The Zonal Head, Anambra Premium Trust Bank, Golden Ozode. We also have Mr. Chinedu Mwonu, the new president of Onitsha Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, Onisima. Also, yes, Professor Olusegun Sobeson, that spoke beautifully well while our keynote speaker was around, as well as Rapolochukwu Orakwe, the media manager, Tiger Foods Limited, and Mr. Chijoki Eruchalu, the senior asset manager billboards at ANSA. I believe our key sponsors, the representative, yes, is available now. Thank you so much, ma'am. A round of applause for her once more.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rapolo Orakwe. I'm the head of Media Tiger Foods Limited and Business Clinic. I am happy to be here. It's an honor to have you all here doing this with us. As you already know, we're the headline sponsors of Onitsha Business Hangout 2026. Tiger Foods Limited are the makers of spices, seasonings, dehydrated vegetables, and paste products like tomato paste, tomato stew mix powder, mayonnaise, and choco mayonnaise. We're a very innovative, indigenous company. We have our stand right outside the entrance, so I would appreciate if you take our time to look through what we have. I'm very certain that you all have at least 4 or 5 of them already at home. Thank you once again for being here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The royal fathers in the house, the conveners of this great occasion, the sponsors, the mentors, the intellectuals here present. I stand on all existing protocol. My name is Golden Chigozie Ozude. I'm the zonal head Anambra for Premium Trust Bank. Premium Trust Bank, a lot of people wonder, they say, is it new? We are 4 years old, and we have disrupted the industry in a positive way. Yes, taking our market share. Premium Trust Bank commenced as a commercial bank 19th April 2021. We actually licensed by CBN in December 2021. And we started in 19th April 2022. Our vision as a bank is that we want to be your bank of first preference. When you think about banking, we want you to think Premium Trust Bank first. That is why we are here today. You know, everybody, most of the time they ask me, who is the owner of the bank? One man does not own a bank. But our MD CEO is Mr. Emmanuel Emefinim, not MFLA, because people will ask me again. He is a seasoned banker. He grew from Sterling Bank through the ranks in public sector banking and was able to pitch this vision to some people. Just like, you know, there was a pitching section here, and we believed and we invested. That's how people invested and Premium Trust Bank became. And our financials speak well for themselves. If you check the trajectory of our growth from 2023, PBT of 14.1 billion to 2024 of PBT of 57.4, then just this past year we recorded a PDP of 177.1 billion. We're not a baby bank because some banks that have lasted for 10 years, 20 years have not shown this growth. In Premium Trust Bank, we believe in innovation. Yes, we've gotten recognitions because of the work we do in banking. We've been named the most innovative bank. We've been named the fastest growing commercial bank. We've been named the most innovative mobile app. Have you seen our Blaze? We are wearing Blaze. Download Blaze from your Play Store, from your iOS, and have, you know, a tremendous time. The Blaze is just like, it's an e-commerce platform. You can go there, showcase your business, and, you know, it will sell it. You see buyers there. You can go there and, you know, pay for your insurance, buy things, pay small. Yes, it's there. We can avail you that opportunity. Blaze also will help you do your Isusu. You must not go, you know, and do Isusu when one person dies and you are, oh, my money. Oh. On Blaze, you can just articulate that and, you know, get running on Isusu. So the Blaze app is robust. It can do what other fintech applications are doing and much more. So I hope you will try it today. And we are also named we've been the lead sponsors for so many events. We were the lead sponsors of DETA 2022 National Sports Festival. You know, we are also officially, we are the bank, you know, and sponsors of NFF, you know. Also, we believe in women. So we sponsored the Bayelsa FC football queens when they were going to Morocco. We sponsored that. We also sponsored the Women in Business conference that was done in Delta State, Warri. For our CSR, we have 3 pillars that anchors our CSR, which is sports and youth empowerment, which is one of the things we're here doing today, youth empowerment, education and health. If you go on our platform, you can see so many things we've done. We have days of our give back. We've affected motherless, the lives of people in the motherless babies. It's a culture of the bank. It's a culture. You know, we were able to equip the, we give medical equipment to the Macy Street Children Hospital in Lagos. They have an ambulance from us and other medical equipment. To speak to this occasion and what the keynote speaker spoke, who is a sitting banker, he talked about agriculture, on the untapped resources in agriculture, untapped value change. He stated the advantage, he stated the opportunities therein. So it's for us to thrive, to synchronize, you know, our agricultural system with the technology on ground, especially with this AI on ground, so that we can harness it. You know, I have some people that are my friend, actually came from the Delta zone to come home, to, you know, to talk to our own, to bond with ourselves. And one day somebody asked me, we need to understudy the Igbo people's business model. And I said, what do you mean? He said, how they start from one boy, then they grow, and they grow, and they do. Why? Why did she say that? She sells perfume, she has a supermarket. So a guy that supplies us perfume from Onitsha, you know, she didn't go to her. He now called, he said, Madam, I've not seen you for some time. He said, I actually bought for some. He said, so you gave my money to somebody, somewhere else. So she was like, I like his resilience, tenacious. And I said, yes, it all boils down to integrity and trust. Because in our Igbo land and Onitsha, one boy can equally marry Oga's daughter. We keep it in the family. We don't segregate because we know that small person you see today might be big tomorrow. And that's why we say you might be looking at Premium Trust as Spong. We are here to take over. Hallelujah. I cannot stop saying hallelujah because in Premium Trust Bank too, we believe in the God factor. Aside I'm a deaconess, we all believe in the God factor. So we have a robust agric desk. We have listening ear to listen to everyone because our mission is actually, you know, to create novel, innovative solution tailored down to your needs. If Oga A comes and say, this is what I want, we revolve around it. Because you can say every bank product is the same, right? But we want to affect your business in the area where you need that solution. So for us as a bank, we are happy. We didn't speak this, we didn't ask management twice before they keyed into this occasion. So that means that we are open to partner not just with the Anambra people, we are open to partner with everybody, with the, you know, the business hubs that are coming up. We tailor down the solution. So I want to say a big thank you and also encourage everybody to walk up to Premium Trust Bank. There is no small person. There is no big person. We are open to all. And we have our ears tailored down to your ear. Once again, I will say very, very thank you for allowing us to be the lead sponsors of this occasion. Thank you very much. If you have this, can we see it? If anybody has this, can we see it? It's our USSD. You can just download it. You can open an account as well. Thank you so very much for having us. We appreciate this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for that amazing one. And thank you to our sponsors for your continued support of entrepreneurship and business development. We sincerely appreciate your partnership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right about now, we're heading into, well, okay, before we get into the panel discussion, I believe we still have one more key sponsor to talk to us this beautiful day. Yes, the representative of Sublime, I believe. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Onitsha Business Hangout. My name is Jennifer Ezina, MD, House of Sublimes Properties Limited. Before we go into our vision, greetings from all of us at House of Sublimes Properties as a firm. Before we go into our vision and mission, I just want to tell us just history of House of Sublimes. From the beginning, to sell property was never in our vision. We were just investors like each and every one of you. We were just investing to do what we called refined agriculture. And that's why I love this topic called chosen by the organizers. We were just out there buying land for ourselves and also for our friends. And what happened? Each time we buy properties from other real estate companies, we will enter into unending stories. I have been a marketer for more than 10 years. What I do as a young lady starting from school, for most entrepreneurs that are here, asking how you can raise money. That question, you don't need money to be an entrepreneur. I'm still coming there. I have been a marketer for more than 10 years. What do I do as a young lady? If I see a good product that is thriving, I will come to the founder and said, CEO, I can market this your product. Give me commission. This particular thing has been my job for going to 12 years. So many industry can attest to it. Now, when I finished my university, and then House of Sublimes Properties, how everything started. We used to call all the investors, diaspora, to CEO, buy from home, Akorono, Amaronye, Nwea. And they trust me because I have been a marketer since 10 years. They will now trust me to, okay, Jenny, buy this property from me, for me in Nigeria. Then as time goes on, we started having problem. And when you approach the CEOs of other real estate company that I am buying from, they will tell you it's not their fault, that the land or the property is not on our court. What do you want me to do? And there's a dent on our integrity. So we started asking that question, why? Does it mean that every land in Southeast, Nozinagini, Oku, and we started making our research, and the answer boils down to one thing, that the founders, most founders of real estate company don't have the interest of their investors at heart. That's number one, lack of purpose. Number two, greed. So we now said that we are going to come in, solve that problem, and fill in the gap. Before now, we don't really used to put our billboard everywhere, but we are making serious sales because of people that believed in us, word of mouth approach. When we sell to you and give you a location and give you everything, that this is real estate company that is really, really different from others. And that now brings us to our vision. Everywhere you see our billboard, we tell you that we don't just sell land, we sell peace of mind. We really know better than you what peace of mind in real estate is all about. If you have been an investor in Southeast, I'm talking about Southeast because that's where we are building from. I know that real estate in general is a mess in Nigeria because of human activities, because of greed of entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs refuse to understand that apart from that word entrepreneurs, another word for entrepreneurship is stewardship. People trust you with their money. What you ought to do is to deliver the product or the services that they entrusted you with, not to start living a show-off lifestyle through their money. So that's why we came to solve the problem of peace of mind in real estate industry and also tapping into agriculture. Our vision states that we are here to teach you simplicity in real estate industry and also bringing your property ownership dream into a reality with absolute peace of mind. So that when you buy from us, we will give you your allocation. You will go in there, we stand for you. You build, we stand for you. Because real estate is not buying and selling. You can buy this phone and go home with receipt. But you see land. If you buy land from us, we are your hello. We are your in-laws forever. So we are going to stand for you. You build, you do whatever you want to do, and we guide you through. So what we have to say today is that you don't need money as an entrepreneur to do what? To start anything that you want to do. What you need is a clear vision, clear purpose. Our stand is out there. If you look out there, you will see all of our marketers. Some came into House of Sublimes with zero pockets. Now they are counting in millions. Go out there. If you are registering with us today, we have a package for you. Electronics, cash gifts, so on and so forth. And our office is at number 60A, New Market, Old Market Road, opposite MTN and DHL office. The same thing at Asaba, Enugu, Owerri, Abuja, etc. Do well to partner with, to invest with House of Sublimes. You too can own a plot. It is your birthright to own a plot with absolute peace of mind. Thank you and remain blessed.
Thank you so much, House of Sublime. We appreciate that. Okay, I believe it's time for us to get into the next thing on our table. They say wisdom grows stronger when different experiences come together. When people from different walks of life come together to talk about a particular thing, you get wise. You understand from different angles. And at this juncture, I would love to call on the moderator for the panel, Mrs. Ijoma Izaso, up on the stage. While we await her, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have an exceptional panel of accomplished professionals whose expertise spans agriculture, agro-industrial development, manufacturing, and agribusiness. Our panelists are Dr. Suleiman Dikwa Mohammed, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Green Sahara Agro-Industrial Enterprise Development.
Dr. Dikwa Suleiman Mohammed is a seasoned development and management professional with extensive expertise in finance, investment, taxation, business development, and sustainable enterprise growth, with leadership experience spanning agriculture, mining, manufacturing, public sector reform, and consulting. He has led and facilitated major economic development, agro-industrial, and social impact initiatives across Nigeria and international markets. He currently serves in executive and advisory capacities across multiple organizations, including Green Sahara Agro-Industrial Enterprise Development and Arkaka Development and Consulting. A fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and an MBA holder from the University of Liverpool, he is recognized for driving large-scale job creation, value chain development, strategic resource management, and innovative financing solutions for sustainable economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Dr. Dikwa Suleiman Mohammed.
The next panelist, Mrs. Mwabugo Chidimma Ewuzie, the Director at the Standards Organization of Nigeria.
Nwabugu Chidimma Ewuzie is the Head Conformity Assessment Implementation Unit of Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON. Adding value to the growth of many industries in Nigeria, Ewuzie has for over 22 years been inspecting different medium, small and micro industries and watching them grow into large industries that feed not only Nigerian markets but export their products outside the country. Chidimma has also been involved in standards development activities at the national, regional, continental, and international levels, which have removed technical barriers in trade. She represented SON in the CBN think tank committee that inspected coffee farms in Edo State. She is an industrial microbiologist and has obtained a master's degree in general public health from College of Medicine, University of Lagos, Nigeria. She is also certified internal audit for HACCP, Hotels and Restaurant Services, Halal and Educational Organizations Management Systems certifications. Chidimma is a lead auditor in different ISO programs and has been certified as an FSMS auditor by Kenya Bureau of Standards. Chidimma is a national quality assessor for vocational and on-the-job assessment of workers and students. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome onto the stage, Mrs. Nwabugu Chidimma Ewuzie.
Our next panelist is the amazing Mr. Nwosu Gabriel Chukwudi, the founder of Brill Jackal Foods. Make welcome.
Nwosu Chukwudi Gabriel is an agribusiness entrepreneur and the founder of Brill Jackal Limited, an alumnus of the prestigious Dennis Memorial Grammar School, DMGS, and Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He further advanced his executive leadership capabilities at the Lagos Business School, LBS. Driven by a commitment to trade innovation and economic empowerment, Chukwudi is currently spearheading a strategic partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. This impactful initiative is set to empower 2,000 young female farmers within the cassava value chain over the next 3 years, driving sustainable agricultural growth and fostering financial inclusion across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome onto the stage, Mr. Nwosu Chukwudi Gabriel.
And finally, the last panelist for today, Mr. Akinwale Alabi, the founder of Corporate Farmers.
Akinwale Alabi is an accomplished agribusiness executive, farm management expert, agri-tech consultant, coach, and conference speaker with over 20 years of experience in transforming agriculture through innovation and digital technology. He co-founded Corporate Farmers International Limited, where he leads large-scale agricultural consulting and farm management projects, while driving innovative initiatives such as Agri Social Media Week, Agric Campus Tour, Agric Reality TV Show, Agric e-learning platforms, and children's agricultural education programs. He has collaborated with government officials, industry leaders, and international organizations to advance youth participation and the future of agriculture in Nigeria. Akinwale is a multiple award-winning business leader, recognized as one of Lagos State's most influential youths 2021, and has facilitated agribusiness and media strategy masterclasses for organizations including the Netherlands Trade Embassy, German Trade International, and the MasterCard Foundation. He also served as program director for the MasterCard Foundation funded Nigerian Youth Connect to Work project under Young Africa Works. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome to the stage Mr. Akinwale Alabi.
These distinguished professionals will share practical insights on unlocking opportunities within the agricultural value chain and positioning the Southeast for sustainable economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please warm up your hands again with another resounding round of applause for our panelists. Over to our moderator, Mrs. Ijoma Ezaso. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause from the MC, for the MC? She has done a wonderful job. I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, captains of industry here, representatives of the banks. We're here again for the 5th edition of the Onitsha Business Hangout, the Redefine edition. Our theme today is agriculture beyond farming, unlocking value chain in the Southeast. This has been a critical reflection of the future of the Southeast. Without trying to repeat what our guest panelist has done today, we have a lady and 3 gentlemen on the panel to discuss this topic with us. At the end of the discussion, we will pick some few questions from the general audience. So please listen carefully to the discussion so that you'll be able to ask meaningful questions from the discussion today. I have a general question for all the panelists, and you just have a few points to make. How can the Southeast systematically move from subsistence farming to a fully integrated agricultural value chain that drives regional industrialization and global export competitiveness? So I will want the lady to start first. Don't mind my bias. So Lady Chidimma, let's start from you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Asonze, right? Ezaso, okay, I turned it. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chidimma Ewuzie, like I've been introduced, the head conformity assessment unit from Standards Organization of Nigeria. I bring you greetings from the DG, Chief Executive of Standards Organization of Nigeria, Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwunomso Okeke. He's aware that we are here. Let me use the word we because my colleagues are seated right there, the state coordinators from all the regions. So, Madam, your question, answer, my contribution to what you've asked. It is important that we start from the point of no. We need to understand where we are as a country and as a region, the Southeast, and move to improve on things that have been done by the country, because whether we like it or not, Southeast is part of Nigeria. And we have started something, and it's important Nigeria moves towards quality assurance, implementing the best in whatever value chain or whatever product value that we want to pull out. So it's important that we start it right, move to the right direction, and still sustain whatever we start in terms of quality assurance. Thank you very much.
Dr. Suleiman, can we have your perspective?
Good morning, everyone. One is torn between talking about 2 aspects of it. It's very easy to talk about the technical aspect of value chain. I think one of the most comprehensive speeches I've heard in a very long time, and I've spent about 2 decades in this industry, over 2 decades, is a speech by the keynote speaker. So I would like to refer you back that most of the solutions, the answers are in that paper. That said, there are two aspects to it. Sometimes, and this were touched upon by the keynote speaker, is it the Generation X problem or Generation A problem? The new generation, unfortunately, were built in the last 30 years. We had a culture that was quite different from what we grew up, because we came up after colonialism at the bridge between the digital and the manual. We had bosses that only kept computers for show. Now we have children that were born with computers in their hands. So the first thing a region, a people have to decide is the purpose. Without purpose, where are you going to? When we talk about China, China decided a long time ago that this is how we're going to go. So on the part of the youth, you are at the crossroad. Just like my generation, Generation X, are at the point whereby there was a move from the manual to the digital. It is, you are born at the time of the biggest transfer of wealth in human history. So the question is, are you ready? Are you prepared? So after purpose is education. I've been privileged over the last 15 years to see how the best countries and the best companies do things. The first is education. If you don't educate, if you don't have the skill set, the opportunities will come and pass by you. So the purpose is on two sides. If you are a young person and there is nothing that disturbs you, that keeps you awake all night, that you're trying to find a solution, believe me, whatever they tell you, you are going to be an average Joe in life. There is no problem being an average Joe. It is what you've decided. But for this change to happen, as I've said all my life, is that the first thing we have to do is to find purpose. Then unfreeze our thinking. Why are you scared of the risk? Why am I not investing in the Southeast? I'm investing in Lagos. I have many friends. It's now they are trying to invest in the Southeast. They're in Lagos. Why are you invested in Taiwan, in Japan? Well, you can close the value chain. You are losing 60% of the value here. And I will leave you with this because I'll work best in questions. I don't know if anyone has calculated how much people spend daily on food in Onitsha. Has anyone calculated that? If you have not, today, people at the minimum will spend 2.1 billion naira today in Onitsha. I leave you with that number and try and get a part of that 2.1 billion. That is Dangote, is mass. Thank you.
Chukwud, you're part of the Southeast region. Dr. Suleiman, he said 2.1 billion?
2.1 billion every day.
2.1 billion every day. You are an active agro-processor based within this region. What is your biggest challenge? Now, I'm leaving that general question because what he brought up now is leading to your own question. We need to know your challenge.
Okay, good afternoon.
And how things need to be systematically reviewed and redefined for you to be an active benefactor of that 2.2 billion.
Thank you, ma. Good evening, everybody. My name is Chukwud Nwosu. I'm the MD of Brel Jaco Food. So let me start from where my brother stopped. If we are in this hall today, make sure you give my company our own part of the 2.1 billion. I have Gary Floor outside there.
is a good product. So I want to be part of that 2.1 billion that is being spent every day on food in Onitsha. Thank you, and thank you very much. So let me first of all start by taking something from the first question. What do we need the Southeast to do to get there in 5 years, in 10 years? See, my brothers, I was born in Onitsha here, so I'm a homeboy. I went to DMDS. So I left Onitsha just to go get a higher education, so I know what is going on there. What I want to tell you is that agriculture is no more a retirement plan. It's not something you do when you are tired or when you don't have anything moving on with life. Agriculture is a business, and a business that is making money for people. Now, if you want to be there, you have to be systemic. You must build a structure. Here in Onitsha, here in Southeast, the kind of farm we do is more of subsistence. It's more of smallholder farmers. So now when we are saying that the companies are in Lagos, the companies are in Abuja, there is no company that will come here, there's no raw material for the company. So if as a region, we want to open our borders for investors to come, to get our environment industrialized, we must think of cluster of farms where I need, like for the sector, cluster where my factory needs 10 tons of cassava every day. Can I have it from Southeast, in any part of the Southeast? So when you do fragmented farm from one place to the other, it is difficult for aggregation. It is difficult for an investor to come in. It is not so easy for funds to come into that sector. Now, going to the question the moderator asked now, what is my biggest challenge in this industry? So now I am producing gari, like I told you. I need cassava. Remember the first thing I told you is about fragmented farmers. I need cassava to process every day. But if I go to Omo, or if I go to Obaru where I think, or we think there is cassava, I'm having cassava in 1 portion, in 2 portions, in 3 chains, in 4 chains. Come on, no businessman will come in to do that. So we must think of how to produce this cassava in cluster, in big farm size, where the investor will have the mind to come in and invest. That is one. 2, we must think about having quality input for our farm. Where do we source our input from? Because from the input you get the output. If our input is poor, automatically it doesn't make sense. Because if somebody in Oyo, in Atibadan, Oyo State, is getting 25, 30 tons, 50 tons from 1 hectare of cassava, the man in Anambra or Yumo is getting 7 or 8 tons from a hectare of cassava. Automatically we are out of business. So we need to look at how this is called a business, not just something you do to pass time. Our big brother here, Tiger Foods, I believe he also uptakes some of his raw materials from other areas. But the key thing, I believe, is fueling wherever it's going to, is availability and the competitive pricing for him. So if we need to move Southeast forward, if we need to bring investors to come here and say what is going on here, we need to build a system that produces every of our raw materials. The keynote speaker was talking about palm oil, about yam, about how many of us can boast of giving 2 tons, 3 tons, 4 tons every day that will attract this investor. So let me stop for now until the next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A wonderful engagement. Akin,
yes,
I purposely left you last. You know, we always complain about size of land mass, ecological issues, as being part of what hinders us in agriculture, especially here in Anambra. You come from Lagos. After Lagos in being small in land mass, the next smallest land mass in Nigeria is here in Anambra. Then geographically, the whole Southeast, there are local governments in Nigeria that can also fit in. So I want practical things that you have done with Lagos that will bring systematic change in the way we do agriculture, the way we pull into the value chain, and how we strategize to gain not only the 2.1 billion that we spend daily in Onitsha, but to earn foreign exchange from agriculture, so that the empty containers living in Onitsha will live with processed goods, so that we will continue to expand our opportunities in the Southeast. So we need practically what has Lagos done, so that we can learn from you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Aki Alabi. So let me start by saying the last time I was in Onitsha was basically 6 years ago. And what brought me to Onitsha was a MasterCard funded project. And I was able to make a few friends. Shout out to Nelson White, one of the major agro voices here in Anambra State. I don't know if you're here. We were part of those who did the projects together in Anambra. Shout out to you, my brother. I invited him especially for this event. And before I go into the conversation, you pardon me. Because when I got this invite to be at this event, I was super excited. I told Redefine, I told Fubo, I need to have a small dance. DJ, I beg, give me one small local dance. Igbo local dance, I beg. DJ, let me do my own small dance. It's been 6 years. All right, bring it down. Bring it down. Thanks. That was just a small one to say thank you, Onitsha. Thank you, Anambra, for inviting Lagos Boy to be part of this conversation. So, to the question, as you said, and that is a true fact, Lagos actually owns one of the smallest land size in the country today. But the question is, what are the practical things that we are doing differently? And it's simple. It's all about collaboration. Collaboration, partnership has made us to be champion of food systems. And I'll make reference to one of our major projects that we launched out in 2023. And I'm super proud that I'm part of those that launched out that particular initiative and that project. And what's that project? It's called the Lagos Agri-Innovation Club. Now, the idea is this, because we know that we have thousands of young people in Lagos that are into the food systems, that are producing, that are cultivating, that are distributing, scattered across different local governments. And we know that Lagos has the fund. We have the capital, but we don't have the land. So what can we do? Let's bring everybody together into a room, and let's create what we call a tribe. Now, the essence of that tribe is to identify, say, Mr. A, what exactly are you doing? Oh, I'm into the livestock sector. I'm into production. I'm into processing. I'm distributing. Some are going as far as possible and bringing commodities from Niger State down to Lagos. We now say, okay, let's come together, identify what we produce, what we process, what we distribute per person. And that is what I love about OBS, whereby they've been able to identify young people across different enterprises, fund them, and also upskill them. So practically, what we have done is bring young people together in a room, which we've done, and identify what they've been able to do or what they are doing currently. And with that, it is easy for partners, funders, developers to identify them and upscale their business, either for those who want to export or those who are locally distributing and producing. And also, the government is also supporting in terms of fund to project and upscale young agripreneurs in Lagos. And I believe that can be done there because they are practical things, and it has given us the opportunity to collaborate amongst ourselves, to be together, work together, and upscale what we are doing currently. If I tell you that I've been in the sector for the past 20 years, some people don't believe me. I have gone through the entire value chain. And I realized that at this stage of where I am right now, about policy advocation for government has enabled me to identify major young producers across Lagos and some part of the country that are opportune to produce locally and also export their produce to other African countries today in Nigeria. And that's why I'm super glad to be here, to identify young producers in Onitsha and see how we can open up the market and upscale and see how they can also bring their produce down to Lagos and channel up a partnership and collaboration that will not only help you here in Onitsha, but also upscale your business into a global brand. That is what we've done practically, ma. Thank you.
Akin, Dr. Suleiman, I'm at your doorstep again. I know you have extensive experience in agro-industrial entrepreneurship. What models can help bridge the gap between production and processing in the Southeast? And I also want to combine it with another question, because obviously you play around with analytics a lot. And I also want to ask secondly, how can technology and data analytics reshape traditional agriculture value chains to boost efficiency and profitability? So it's a two-pronged question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When I want to give an example first. I like giving examples in practical times. I think maybe 8 years or 10 years ago, it is the most successful story, and I can put my money on it in agriculture in Nigeria. At that time, I looked at the whole value chain, and it has fit for what has fit for our farmers. What is the unit per return? One of the things that make farmers return poor is that it is the return per unit of land is the poorest. Then value addition. That is the first thing, then value addition. So I put a team together and I sent a mail to all the companies. So Tiger Foods answered me. So it means we met on merit, right? I never knew Don never knew me. It was a cross-fertilization of ideas. So that means we have the same vision. So he came to the north and he was looking for something. I have never had this thing in my life. It's called turmeric. So he said, what is this turmeric now? We started running around from Jos, Kaduna. We went to somewhere in the bush, they'll go and pick it. Somewhere here, somewhere there. So to fast track it, we found that turmeric. We now made people, this is what government should do. We made people cultivate it. From Jos, Nasarawa, Lagos, Umudike, Onitsha, everywhere. We said cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. At that time, the number was simple. We couldn't compete with India. I remember the numbers very well. We were selling 1,200 per, that is our cost per kg, or 1.2 million. And then in India, it was 900,000 landing here. But we didn't give up. We continued. The first stage was produce. Value addition. We now said, what is next? We need to clean this turmeric. There is something called ASTA standard, American Spice Traders Association, NAFDAC, and the rest. I said, we can beat it now. We now created the machine. Not that the machine exists to clean. You know, he spoke about reverse engineering. It's very important. So we now decided to import even slicers from China. We dismantled it and copied it. By today, we can actually beat in turmeric. It is the only successful import substitution in Nigeria. Take it to the bank. None. And thanks to Tiger Food and Green Sahara. So we created all the machines down the process. Why you have to continue thinking? Then I now said, oh, now there's Green Sahara standard. So in the last few years, I said, what is next? We need to cover all aspects that our product can be competitive. That, as I think just a few weeks ago, imagine someone asking to import in India. Today in Nigeria, our turmeric, the flakes is cheaper than India. Then the powder, you can sell it in Nigeria at the same price you buy from India. So what is technology? How does technology do that? is the data. First of all, true value addition. The difference in price by just adding that value and doing quality assurance is 60% in some cases in agriculture. That means we export poverty in Dawono, Kano, and then we import poverty in Onitsha. You know, I'm not Hausa. The problem in Nigeria can be solved by two people. You know, the Hausa man will export. You know, they are brothers, Igbo and Hausa. Now, only name and religion, they're different. Yes, they are all business people. They have DNA. So when the Hausa man exports the raw material, his Igbo brother will import it. So that's the data. So in terms of technology, I will jump to my next thing is technology has enabled a lot of things. I talk about the largest transfer of wealth. And then we have the issue of financing. How do we finance? I'm sure you have heard about carbon. The major opportunity in that carbon is called monitoring, reporting, and verification, which is MRV. So how do you apply that technology, which every young person can do, actually? It's not difficult. It's just to monitor, report, and verify. So with that technology, you are able now to unlock capital. Then the second most important aspect of technology is not even the advertisement, the data analysis, and all that. The size of the market in Onitsha is $15 billion, if you take it all. But the purpose of technology now is in transparency. The world has gone beyond someone sitting in Europe especially, and now determining what is actually produced by a farmer in Nigeria or value is added. So where you have an opportunity is that instead of streaming your face left and right and laughing in front of cameras, which doesn't give you any money, why don't we check the tempo? It's a design problem. And look at this technology. How do I transmit? For me, that is the biggest opportunity. After traceability is transparency. How do I create a system whereby even somebody sitting in Europe buying my food, or in Borno, or in Onitsha, can actually see my process live online? He can log in. It's the food they mood. And I will tell you something for free. There is no conspiracy in this thing now. Multilateralism has broken. Now it's bilateralism. So bilateralism simply means, forget the big English, that waiting you get, waiting I get. Make I give you waiting you want, give me what we want. That creates a big opportunity. It means nobody in the world can do you any younger on export. You have to go with that confidence. You have to go with that boldness. Then you have to take technology in terms of monitoring, transparency, and data. Because when you have data, whenever I tell people in your area, calculate how much people spend. When they check, they just go gaga, because all you have to do is to take a share of that, and technology enables you. The technology that has penetrated us is consumption, which is the fintech. That's where the best investments have come into Africa. So why don't we change, find the pain points of agriculture, value addition, logistics, distribution, export mindset, to create the technology, apply it. They won't do it for us because it's not their need. It's down to you young people to create that enabling innovation that actually makes the value chains transparent, and we are able to track carbon so that it can unlock financing for the agriculture, that you don't have to go pleading with any system. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Suleiman. He has given us practical examples of what he did with Tiger Foods, with somebody in the hall here, Don Ibubogo. From what I got from you, from your, the example you gave, both you and Don Ibubogo took over the work of government. You became the Raw Material Research and Development Council. You also became FIRO and even PRODA. And that brings me down to the, somebody who represents government and the regulator here, our sister Chidema. You've heard what Suleiman and Don Ibubogo went through with out-of-pocket spending for what
competitors elsewhere in the world have government backing. And we ask, how can SON collaborate directly with local entrepreneurs to build trust and compliance across the value chain rather than being perceived as a bottleneck? Because right now, we are going through a lot of regulatory rascality in Nigeria. So where the entrepreneur has done almost what the government is supposed to do, how then can a regulator like SON work with them along the line and not become a bottleneck? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank Tiger Foods, the organizers of this event, and Dr. Dikwa for also working so hard to get to where he is today. Because from the way he spoke, we all can see that he's talking from experience. I also want to refer you to when the keynote presenter was talking. He kept mentioning Standards Organization of Nigeria. When it comes to product quality, when you talk of export, there are, in fact, you cannot but talk of Standards Organization of Nigeria. Reason, I'm sure you'll be wondering, why is this? Is it because it's where she works? No. You see, Nigeria is a member or have signed or is a member of some trade organizations, world trade organizations. And as a member of those organizations, there are rules that are binding, that makes you, that you need to adhere to as a member. Nigeria is a member of World Trade Organization, WTO. I'm going to talk, take it a little bit, moderator, please. Because I know we have students here. We have entrepreneurs, SMEs, people who are new into the business. So if you don't understand the key role of an agency or the gatekeepers in what you're doing, then you definitely find it difficult to take your products anywhere, because these are reasons why you hear that people take products out and they don't make it to their destinations. Nigeria is a member of WTO. And in 1995, you have your phones available. There's an agreement that the members of that international trade organization signed. They call it the Marrakesh Agreement. What is in that agreement? The summary is that it was recommended for members to make use of best standards. Recommended that people should use what? Standards and conformity assessment procedures. You ask yourself, what is conformity assessment procedures? You talk of inspection, testing, sampling, auditing, certification. Okay? That is what that agreement speaks on. Then there's another agreement, another trade group that Nigeria is also involved in. I'm sure is the one that everybody is talking about now. We call it the African Free Trade Continental Agreement, the AFTA. In November 2021, ASO, the African Region for Standardization, signed an agreement with AFTA where it is required that you meet up with the standards before you can freely trade. I'm mentioning this so that you understand that you need to adhere to standards. Either, now we are talking of export, standards for the country that your product is going to. We are no longer looking at your local the way you treat your products locally. Now you want to take your products out. You heard Dr. Dikwa speak of traceability. These are things that are contained in the standard. And at that international level, it's also required that you meet the benchmark for carrying out those conformity assessment activities. For product certification, there's an international accreditation standard that we call the ISO IEC 17065. For inspection services, there's an accreditation standard that is titled, the number is ISO IEC 17020. These are benchmarks that when you meet them, then you have there's what we call one standard, one certification, and one product anywhere, anytime in the world. SON is the sole standards body in Nigeria. In each country of the world, you must have an NSB. You cannot have two NSBs in a country. So in Nigeria, SON provides you with, works with you, because we are not even the one that developed these standards. It is you. You have a product. You have Gary powder. SON invites you to participate when Gary standards are being developed. Okay? So these standards, you develop these standards. Now, in certification, we provide what we call there's a division in SON that we call the National Product Certification Department. In that department, there's a mandatory national certification scheme that is called the MANCAP, the Mandatory Conformity Assessment Program. Most manufacturers subscribe to this scheme because it is mandatory. Now you're talking of export. When you're exporting, you don't need to stick to the national standards. At this point, you are looking at international standards and the requirements of the person requesting for your product or produce, whatever you have. In SON, we have a unit under this National Product Certification Division that is called the SON-SCAP. SON-SCAP division is meant for just inspection and testing for products that go out to ensure that those products meet the standards of the country they are going to. We also have the SON Organic Testing Division, where you also test for, that's if you're producing, some countries or some demands are on organic certifications. So we have a division that does that. We also have a division for service and process. I'm sure you heard when the keynote presenter was talking about the hazard analysis critical control point. This is a certification for a process. It's a process-based certification. So for you that wants to export your products, there are things that you are expected to meet up with. Processes that, in fact, in some countries, you cannot even process without achieving this basic certification process, the HACCP certification. So
in summary, what are the things, deliberate things SON is doing to reduce the bottleneck, knowing fully well that a Tiger Food and Dr. Suleiman have done in what other countries a government research institute ought to have done, and they go there, subscribe, and get that knowledge and also maybe the patents. Now, they did all those things on by themselves. What are the deliberate things SON is doing to make sure that there are no bottlenecks for such entrepreneurs who are going out of their way to make things change? What are the deliberate things you're doing? If you're not doing it now, what are we expecting? How will SON open up to entrepreneurs more and more to come to you, so that we're going to have more and more of Tiger Foods in the Southeast? So what are the bottlenecks? How do you remove it for us to get to you? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Such corridors are also available where you have clusters, okay? These entrepreneurs, the nano companies, the micro SMEs, they come together to, how do I put it now, as a cooperative, as a union, okay? And they develop, how do I put it now? Just like what Tiger Foods did for some people, you can have a processing hub so that it will be easier for SON to access those people, and also because for certification, there are costs to certification. And you don't expect, assuming people who are processing Gary chips, cassava chips now, all of them will now start buying machines. You know it's going to be expensive. So if they have a processing hub, then SON can certify that process. I just mentioned one now, HACCP certification. And when we certify that process, what it means is that that process is certified. The products that will now come out from it will also, of course, we carry out tests in our labs. We have state offices too. Our officers will come for inspection. At least we have over 44 state offices. So what it means is that for each, in Anambra alone, we have two state offices that cover Anambra 1 and 2. So we can reach them directly without at no cost for them to come to us. Then they will apply, and the export division will get to them and ensure that, and test their products to be sure that it meets the requirements of where it's going to. And secondly, these processing hubs too, just like Dr. Dikwa, Tiger Foods, these are people with experience. They can also guide them in terms of requirements, because for us to serve you better, we need you to get the requirements of where these products are also going to, so that we'll be sure that you will benchmark your activity, your product quality against those requirements, and be sure that it meets the requirements of the country that it's supposed to go to. So we need such collaborative, how do I put it now? Collaborative way to be able to serve, to build these economies. Like Tiger Foods, I started inspecting Tiger Foods as more than 20 years ago. And today, Tiger Foods is doing well because he has learned to build on the quality and standards of the country and wherever he takes his products to. He can tell you more. Madam, you know about Tiger Foods. Yeah. So these are things that SON, we are here to provide the technical knowledge. We guide entrepreneurs to ensure that they even get it right. Because when you're talking of export, you're no longer looking at different, what do you call it now? National, no. You are looking at the requirements of where these products are going to. That's actually.
Thank you. Chukwudi, I'm coming to you because you are the next set of the big processors we have in the Southeast. We need the practical steps the smaller businesses here can take to build resilience and weather-proof supply chain amid a double-digit inflation and infrastructure gaps. This is coming from what your comments initially when you talked about the ability to have people that have the capacity to supply your needs. So what are the practical steps? You've gone through all the challenges. There are other smaller businesses that are here. So what are the practical steps they need to take? Because they need to study from people who have gone through this part before. So can you guide them on how they will go step by step, knowing fully well that we are in a double-digit inflation? You know, our guest speaker said there's no business that has up to 30% profits. And I smiled. If you're borrowing at almost 40%, it's obvious that it cannot match. So as somebody who is already in this business, can you guide the smaller ones on the practical steps they can take? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Agribusiness also, let me be sincere with this house, is not an easy business. Agribusiness is something that is powered by passion. If you are passionate about the section of agribusiness you want to go into, it also helps you to withstand the difficult moments. There are times when, let me use myself for instance, there are times when you are confused. What do I do? How do I do this? But then there is something in you that is reminding you of the vision, of the reason why you started this business. And that is something that I believe is personal to all of us. What pushed, because Tiger Food didn't start today and start doing very well today. We've also come very close to him. It's possible there are some nights that Oga was not sleeping very well. That is just the truth. It's possible that there are some years that Oga might have done the business for the whole year and he didn't make any profit. Oga, am I lying? And it might be a year, 2, 3. But one thing that stood out, one thing that kept him moving was the passion and the vision to get there. He saw the market that is interested in getting to. There is a 2.2 billion, I'm interested in money, please. There is a 2.2 billion market somewhere. And if you're passionate about getting to that market, the passion must be there to guide you during the difficult moments. There is nothing to say, do this, do this, do this. But make sure that that business you are going into is something you are passionate about. At the difficult moments, that is when that passion, that resilience, that ability to manage the pressure will come in. Then be good and be sincere. Honesty pays in this business. Then do your best to connect to some other industry players. You have some cooperative associations, you have some stakeholders in the system that you need to identify with. Now, because every sector has its own peculiarities, what is happening in cassava may be different from what is happening in the ginger market. Now, when you connect to the association where you are playing, then they begin to open your eyes to some other things. Most importantly, they connect you to even some markets you don't know. Let me tell you something that happened. We have an Industrial Cassava Stakeholders Association of Nigeria. And in that association, we have companies that buy Gari. Do you know what is the problem? Where to get Gari from? And here we have farmers that cannot sell their Gari because they said, I think they say the price is low now. I don't even know because mine is not low. Because I've been able to connect to these stakeholders that is saying, okay, if you can get this quality for us, if you can do it this way, we need 20 tons of it. We need 50 tons of it. And you see yourself moving. So as a young person, which of the sectors do you want to play in? If it's difficult and it's something you cannot do alone, form a cooperative. Cooperative helps you to share ideas. It helps to also reduce the burden of funding it alone. Because in the beginning, it's not easy. I have to be sincere with you. It's not easy. You can form cooperative in 10 or in 15 or in 20. What do? Go and register this cooperative. Have your cooperative leaders, have your secretary, have your meetings. Then begin to identify markets, begin to identify stakeholders in the industry, begin to identify. And one other thing about it is, if you have this cooperative and it is well structured, you'll be surprised how money will come to you. Because if I'm an investor and I have money and I'm looking for who to produce cassava for me, and I'm seeing a cooperative that have 50 hectares, they have a leader, they have an account, and I'm seeing their transaction has been going for the past 2-3 years. It's easy for me to say, okay, don't worry. When it comes to your input, I will fund all the inputs. But the only thing is, I'm going to buy all the produce from you. So as a young person that you are coming up, if it's something you can do alone, fine. But if you are finding it difficult, form cooperatives. Come to people that have done it before, and then get that guide. Most importantly, identify with stakeholders. That is the answer. Excuse me, ma'am. One more thing I want to throw to the house is, I have a program that is running currently with MasterCard, where we are empowering young women in Delta State. We are working with over 2,000 women in cassava training them from primary production up to processing. And the idea is that we are giving them all the inputs. Now, when they produce this cassava, we buy off from them. The program is running for the next 3 years. So why am I saying it here? I want the organizers of this program to help us. This is my constituency. This is where I belong. If you have 2 young, keyword, passionate people that are interested in cassava value chain, let them come. Let's do this cassava work together. Just 2. Let's produce cassava. Let's go to the farm together. But remember, what we are coming to do for, we are business people here. There's what we call apprenticeship, a boy. So forget about your qualification. When you come, a boy, you come and learn how cassava is done the right way. You come and learn how you can give us 70 tons from 1 hectare. You come and learn when to apply your chemical. You come and learn why it is good to use good agro input to produce your cassava in the first place. Stop looking at just the money. You need to do the right thing first. It's the right thing you are doing. Your right input that will give you the right output. So if the program can give us 2 people, maybe male and female, what we can do, the orgas are giving the millions and the billions. Thank you for that. What we can do at our only 2 way is to get 2 people from this house, attach them to our farm, and say, learn from our system, and then see whatever you can do with it. If you are interested in Gary, fine, we will teach you to do it. You want to go into chips, we can take you to that place. But I'm giving you the assurance that if you take your time to learn how it is done, you will be a success story tomorrow. Thank you.
And he has given us 2 opportunities, but Chukwudi, we want more than 2. Am I right? How many are we asking for? I thought you should be talking about a dozen. 12, yes, at least 6 male, 6 female.
Our keynote speaker said we should start small.
Oh, yeah, was small.
So let's
we have an Igbo adage. All in logic, if you manage to climb the Oji tree, get as much firewood as you can. So, Akin, a lot has been talked about finance and the issues around money. Before we go, because we're going to go to the audience very soon. What innovative financing models can help young entrepreneurs scale their agribusiness ventures when traditional collateral is unavailable? You know the issue of collateral?
Yeah, sure.
And you know what, you heard even what a billionaire said, that the banks refused to collect his assets in the village. They wanted only Abuja, Lagos and Port Harcourt as usual. So what are the financial models that work for young people? Because it's obvious that there is no collateral to be given. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these questions. And in all honesty, if you look at the sector, if you bring typically 10 farmers together, either young, female, or male, and you ask them the simple question of, what is your fundamental problem? 9 of them will tell you, we want money. And that is typical. finance. Finance has been a major critical underlying issue of the sector today. And the question is, where is the money? Or how can we access the money? Today you see most of our DMBs, commercial banks, microfinance banks, and some other lenders coming up to say, oh, we can give you money. We can loan you money. But nobody is actually willing to even throw the money on agriculture because of the high risk involved in the sector, mainly in terms of production. Because you can never tell what will happen. There's act of God, there's drought, there's heavy rainfall. In fact, I remember 2 years ago, I lost few millions in Niger State because of flood. And money went down the drain. So the question is, how can we really access funding when we talk about agriculture? Now, there are several ways, based on what the keynote speaker said when he was wrapping up his conversations. And if you look at it typically very well, as a young person that is coming into the sector, and you want to do so much, you are so enthusiastic about it. Do I have to go meet family? Do I have to go meet friends? Do I talk to a microfinance? Do I talk to a commercial bank? How can I access money? Now, these are my own practical solutions in terms of funding the agri sector. Now, you must never rush into the sector. That's the number one principle. Because if you rush into the sector, looking at the topic we're talking about, agriculture beyond farming, if you rush into the sector because Mr. Hay is producing cassava, you felt like, oh, if I also, and you see that it's been successful doing it, and you that want to rush into it, you feel that if I also go into cassava, bringing all the money together, you might be successful. The question is, it can never be the same. So, for you to now know where the money is, the first principle is identify the value chain enterprise along or amongst the entire value chain you are comfortable with and you can create wealth with. Let me give you a typical example. If you look at production, to go into production, the funding capital that you might require in terms of the land, the seed, the farm management to harvest, if you weigh it all together and you see that you cannot match up, you look next to the next production cycle and say, can I do processing? Or can I do aggregation? Collect from markets, collect from producers, and sell. Identify any of this value chain and look at your capital base. Your capital base can come in form of savings you've had over the years that you have planned to, projection towards to save. Nobody in this sector today, to be honest, have not faced a downward experience where you get to a particular climax and in the end, there is nothing to continue with. You start asking yourself questions. Should I sell my property? Should I sell my land? Should I go and collect loan? Should I go and borrow? These are the typical questions that major agripreneurs face today in Nigeria. And that is why you see platforms or programs that governments initiate just to support smallholder farmers. But the typical question again is, this funding, how can we access it? In my own, I will never encourage a young agripreneur to go to the bank and collect a fund or a loan where you go and start paying 2 digits interest on. That is a no-no for me. I will always say something. If you have plans to go into the sector, first principle, identify the niche you want to venture into. With that niche, you can begin to plan in terms of funding how much is required to kickstart or to upscale so that you don't burn yourself or burn your fingers in the end. If you look at those in the fish farming industry, 90% of your fund will go into feeding. 90% will be going into feeding. If you look at crop producers, most of your fund will be going to the farm management. You have to clear, you have to produce, you have to provide input, a lot of things that you might not even envisage for. Now, one aspect I always encourage young people to do and require some level of minimal funding is distribution, aggregation, and marketing. With a little fund, and because of technology, you can use what you have currently as low as probably 100,000, 200,000, 500,000 to start up something and begin to market. My brother here is into gari processing. You don't have to go and produce gari to also be called a gari processor. You can pick from him, distribute, market, and understand where the market is, so that whatever you are picking, you can either convert to wealth, and also you are creating jobs for yourself and for your friends or whoever that is involved in it. That is the way we see agriculture beyond farming. It's not just about tilling the soil alone, but about the entire value chain around it that you can begin to convert into wealth and money-making machine. And I say something to young people. Not everybody would till the soil. Not everybody would use the cutlass, would use the hoe, would use the tractors, but everybody can be involved in value chain enterprise based on the level of funding you have, based on the information you have, based on the exposure you have. And most importantly, collaboration is very key. In this sector, to raise funds, you need collaborators. You need people that will believe in what you do. You can't do it in isolation. You need to ensure that what you are doing, you believe in yourself first as an agripreneur. Because if you don't believe in yourself, there is very limited chance that you will upscale, you will scale and make profits. And if you don't make profits, automatically you will burn out. And once you burn out, that is the end of the business. So in summary, if you want to grow fund or you want fund in this sector, also access fund in this sector, first principle, identify the value chain you want to venture into. Second principle, please don't go to the bank to borrow a loan, except you are a billionaire. Have access to those who can believe in your vision and also in your passion. Be able to add value, and with that value, you can generate fund. With that fund, you can begin to start something small. Upscale. Once you upscale, profitability is very close to you. That is how I can actually advise on people.
Akin, thank you
to raise
with
funds.
that, because we are going to the floor now. If I need the microphone to get to our Oga Don Ebubog, because microphone because Akin has talked about the issue of collaboration, and I know our Oga has invited fellow investors like him in this room. So there is a very fundamental question that we need to ask him, so that other people that want to join us in this agricultural value chain will not make the same mistake Igbo men made by everybody building filling station. We are no longer in the filling station economy. So our big Oga Don Ebubog, you are already a big player. You're a leader in the industrial and agricultural value chain. So we are asking you, what are the most critical investments right now for transforming agriculture into a sustainable wealth creation engine for the local trader investors here? I know your friends are here. You're already in it. What are the critical investments so that it doesn't turn to filling station and hotel again? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The question is tricky because we can't give a straight answer to it. Let me draw an analogy from what Suleiman said. The turmeric revolution actually was, we started it in 2014. So it should be 12 years today and not 8 years or 10 years. And to answer Madam Ijeoma's question, and then not just in Madam Ijeoma's section, but virtually most of what you guys have said today, investments cannot be narrowed down to a particular section of the agriculture. It must run across the value chain. And if you want to invest in agriculture and you want to go the whole 9 yards, that's where you begin to face critical losses. So the best way to do that is to find your niche in a particular supply chain management, in a particular value chain management, and then play your part there. But while playing your part, find out who should be the next operator in front of you or behind you. So either you are doing backward integration or you are doing forward integration. And if it is backward integration, you have the farm gate where you can source your raw materials. You have the processors who can supply you the primary processed raw materials so that you do the secondary raw material, or you are doing the primary raw material and then you are getting somebody in front of you to pick from you and then do the secondary raw material. So that way, you limit your losses and then you optimize your growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our big Oga Don Ebuboga, and that's why we have you in the room, and we're happy we have you in the room. I understand that we'll have somebody from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Chukwuka Okeke. Please, can we get the microphone to him? Chukwuka, we are very happy to have you. The invitation was extended to all the state commissioners of agriculture in the Southeast and commerce and industry, and we are happy to have you. Since this conversation started, it's as if we removed governments from the conversation because we were not sure whether government will be here. But now that you're here, we want to give you the opportunity to tell us what are the sustainable policies that you currently have or is about to key in concerning agricultural value chain and how it dips into industrialization. Please, you have the opportunity to tell us what is going on so that we all can key in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. So I can't speak from the angle of agriculture per se. I can speak from the angle of comments. So I think primarily for the Ministry of Commerce, we are more focused on creating value for exports, so to say. The challenge we found out primarily, I think someone shared it here, is rushing in without doing your proper groundwork. We found that a lot of people that engage in, okay, so like agro products, for example, if you are preparing them for export, it's not just about planting and then trying to export. You basically need knowledge, because wherever you are taking any product to, they have their standards, they have their quality, and most of the time it starts from when you conceive the idea and begin to plant and develop that product. So one policy we are trying to put in place is to find opportunities to offer proper trainings to people that want to go into the value chain leading to export. The second side of this policy is that we can provide funds. For example, we have funds with BOI that are at 10%, but there is still a challenge because nobody just gives you money. It's still part of that training. We've discovered that a lot of people that try to go into export, processing, production, and need funding do not have the right business structure that enables them to access that funding. So someone was talking about collateral. Not all loans are collateralized per se. Like if you come to BOI, there are loans that BOI offer that you don't need to offer collaterals for. Loans that range from $1 million to 10 million, you basically need a guarantor. But then again, you will not be able to access it if you don't keep your books properly. A lot of us don't. If you ask the business people here among the youth, a lot of us most can't separate their business money from their private. So all those things affect businesses when they try to access credit products. So basically for us, we believe that if we are able to bridge products. So basically for us, we believe that if we are able to bridge the knowledge gap, the skill gap, the structure gap, and connect to funding, it will make things easier for businesses around the state. On the second side is for businesses around the state. On the second side is, I think my brother that spoke last. We encourage people to go into cooperative day. I saw lots of cooperatives, beautiful products, both agro, raw products and all. I saw cassava with vitamin A. I saw carrot, potato. I saw lots of products that I didn't even know existed. But why am I mentioning this? It's easier to tend to make it. So for the people that have seen that have succeeded, business have seen that succeeded, we are basically those that try to bond together, work together, shoulder the losses together, share the ideas together. And it's also easier to manage funds together when you are in that pool, because everyone is interested in making the business work and there is less tendency to mismanage your funds. So in terms of that, I join my voice to the second last speaker. I think that's Chuma or something. I think I missed your name. We need more businesses to come together. Everybody must not go it alone. There is strength in cooperation, there is strength in working together, and I believe people can now grow from that working together to being on their own and then continue to scale up, and I know we'll all do well. Thank you.
Choka Okeke. The floor is now open for a few questions. I want you to introduce yourself, what you do, and please make the questions snappy. Just about 2 or 3 questions so that we can end the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the people that just spoke to us. And my name is Mrs. Vivian Okonkwo. I'm from Anam, across the river. My question is going for, I've forgotten your name, the one into Gary processing. The good people of Anam are farmers. Anam is the food basket of Anambra State. And we have a very fertile land in which our women and our men are mostly into crop farming, mostly, and basically cassava. And the problem we have in this area is that we produce, but we don't store. Most of the produce spoils, and they don't even sell out, the women, even the men that are involved in it. We also do yam too. That's the Anam yam that normally comes out. But the cassava part of it, the processing area doesn't really happen much in my area, because apart from the normal cassava thing they do, the Gary thing is not really mostly known in my area. So what I want to really plead or tell you, you can put your eye in that area, you can source your products. Anam has one of the, if not the largest land mass in Anambra State, the local government, Anambra West, and they are really known with farming. The visibility tests of the crops that grow there, mostly tubers, they do very well in Anam. Vegetables, okra and vegetables do. But storage is a problem because of the seasonal flooding we have. Then, sourcing the raw products from these people, they preserve the seedlings they plant, but the processing, and most of them don't even sell off. At the end of the day, you come to the village market where they pour those goods on the ground, making it to damage because they can't be able to sell off. And they end up selling it little, even below what they used to do the farming. Because them doing their fumigation and protecting their farming, calling those that will clear the farm, they end up having losses in their agriculture. So they just do it for survival and not really to sustain. And every year you see them looking for agri loans to sustain because they don't make much from it. So I want to plead, if you really put your eye in that area, The way you train the women in Delta State, you can also do it in my area because we have a very good soil. In fact, Oyino Mambala has one of the richest soils in agriculture, if not in Southeast. So those things can really grow much there. Thank you.
Are we answering? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, my sister. My name is Chukwudi Nwosu. Chukwudi. So why are you here? You've just presented an opportunity where we can work together. Be the logistic person for us. We've been talking about logistics. You know your area. You know they have a good raw material for me. So what I need you to do is the aggregation.
Okay, sir.
You have the aggregation?
Yes, we also have cooperatives.
Thank you.
Who are also into it too. And then I'm a student of Onitsha Business School. So one of the things I do during my Isaac pitching is about the real estate companies that have most lands that are not being used, which the lands can be converted to agriculture. If they release some of the lands that people bought, but those lands are not being used for years, we can use it to do a kind of a value chain agri, which some products can also be produced to be able to make the land useful even before building, because definitely we have deficits of buildings and houses where people stay.
Okay, so my feedback to you is this. Go back to your area. Do the aggregation for us. We can exchange numbers. I'll give you the number of the person in charge. Tell them you have cassava. Tell them this is the quantity you can supply. Then you have that understanding with them. Then you're already a logistic person.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So after all of this, because she's already a CEO of the aggregation company. We go I cannot invite you. So the next person.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Zarin Zonwekwe. I'm a founder of Ophobi Networks, a strategic communications company. But my problem is this. My family, for over 2 decades now, are rice merchants here in Onitsha. And for someone who has been in the rice space for that long, watching my parents, the way they do business, I want to change that. So how do I go into rice production, go into the rice market space with that mindset? How do I start small, like the keynote speaker said? How do I start small to thrive in the rice market? Because rice is a ground for the giants. That's what I've seen so far. So how do I go into that space? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Yeah, fortunately, I've worked on rice a lot. First, it's not a commodity right now. I will advise anybody to invest in because of uncertainty in government projects, government policies. Second, I personally feel that, because your family has been doing rice, you have 2 options. It doesn't mean you can't diversify. Or if you go to Thailand now, they are at Rice Plus. From the airport, you see Rice Plus. What are they doing with rice? Actually, the most valuable thing in rice is not the rice itself, it's the rice brand. So you need to take it to another level, that you are not just selling rice. Apart from rice brand, they are doing soap with rice. They are doing creams with rice. Different things. So if you think about rice only, then we have, it's something I noted. You see, the chaff of the rice can be created into biochar. And I never even looked at biochar as valuable because I've worked on carbon. I look at the technology-based solutions and the nature. It was yesterday when we were walking, Don said it is $250 now for biochar per ton. You know, we have to start selling air, and nowhere in Nigeria that we need to sell air in the southeast for two reasons. The future of the land itself depends on that. So if you look at the biochar, it creates energy. You can do to it's called displacement. You are displacing the methane so you can have value. Or you go to cashew. Look at cashew, for instance. It grows well here. I think Michael Opara was the last person that did something mass. Yeah, and I found something amazing with cashew. Cashew now, Madam was telling me yesterday, all has been booked in Vietnam. If you know the numbers, then that is crazy. If you go out now, just go and buy any cashew wrapped in nylon. We sell cashew here, local production. We sell cashew, maybe this season is 2 million. But that one in nylon, by just breaking it, it is 18 million naira per ton. Then you need it for your ecological protection, and then there's the carbon. Then when you go to a shelf on Tesco, which is a cheap shop, it's $12,000 per ton. And that is why Julius Berger established a cashew processing plant. There is a gap, if you know the pain points, of 2 million tons in Vietnam and India in terms of processing capacity. Just like we have a gap in processing a gap in raw material supply in rice right now, so they have that. So I will begin to look at, do I take my game further, or do I even go into agroforestry, produce the rice, introduce the trees? Then in adding, in terms of opportunities, again, somebody is saying closeness for raw material. I do disagree with that. Shall we are exporting raw material to China for them to produce? Let me give you one big opportunity. There is $5 billion post-harvest loss, according to government, which is up to $10 billion. So why are we producing more? Why don't we invest in those things, from the harvesting, the handling, this one, to first of all, close that $5 billion. Take cotton, for instance. Up till now, there's no mass production of shirt in Nigeria. T-shirt that we wear and do all these things are imported. But it is a ginnery. Ginnery has been existing since 18th century, right? And weaving is the same weaving. If I am an entrepreneur in the East, I would like to clothe the people in the Southeast. I'll go to Katsina, I will build my ginnery here, build my cloth weaving there, go to Katsina, import the cotton. Instead of the cotton going to China, go to bring the cotton here and produce the T-shirts. It's old technology. The same thing with ginger, for instance. There's a problem with ginger. It is geography, it is a lot of things. I told government what to do. They refused to do. For 2 years, I've been treating the ginger. Maybe this year I will get it right. So you look at it now. Ginger grows here. The only problem ginger has here, it is the drying. It is the drying, not that it doesn't grow, and turmeric. So I'll look at now, why wouldn't I get a plant pathologist like we did to test the soil and test it, and actually take it to even a lab and do, through biotechnology, do what do you call it, tissue culture. Because it is an opportunity now. Even this year, Southern Kaduna cannot produce ginger. And our government, stupidly, I would say, allowed importation again, instead of solving the problem. They opened the borders, that all the gains of agriculture in the last 20 years has been there. So when you look at those pain points, I believe you have to begin to think of enhancement, forward integration, diversification, carbon, energy production with the waste of the rice, and those things. Those are the things that will actually give you value now. Rice cultivation is very risky. In fact, in the north, most people are not doing maize, they are not doing rice, they are not doing soya. Because maize, as of today, because of government policy, imported one is $250. Well, the one produced by our own farmers is $345. So who would buy? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to add to what he said. Where's the young man? I was saying in the, okay, great. Now, you have a good business idea and you can transform it. I'm sure you're familiar with greenhouses, right? Today, majorly, I would say Lagos, Southwest, a lot of greenhouses are coming up. And you know what they are using? Shaft, rice husk. We're doing a project in Lagos, Doctor, and it's one of the biggest greenhouses that we're running around across Southwest. Because we can't use soil, we have to buy rice husk in bags. Guess what? We paid millions to bring in 3 trailers of rice husk into Lagos that they have to put into grow bags. Just create a niche and call yourself a rice husk aggregator. Bag it, brand it. There's a guy in Lagos, what he does is cocoa pits, coconuts. It takes out the shelf, it grounds it, it packs, bags, brand, and sells to market. You can do the same thing. Identify where rice are produced, negotiate, get the husk, bag it, brand it, package, get your CAC and all that. Put it on social media. They will buy. You don't have to produce, but you can use the finished produce to be a millionaire. Thank you.
Hello.
Is exactly what we called waste to wealth. So beyond just the rice, the waste, another person's waste is another person's raw material. So you have that same value chain of rice. Look at the other aspect of it. In fact, since this development of going to greenhouse, even corn hubs for the lady from Annam, I hope people know that people in greenhouse use the plants, the nurseries inside corn, the corn in it. So there is so much that is happening now. All you need to do is do your research, ask questions, even from what was the waste or reject from your traditional family business now is an opportunity to grow wealth. Thank you very much. The next question before we round up.
Sorry,
okay.
Moderator.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Anieto Kingsley Ajulufo, Soseto Solar Company Limited. I think from what I've learned today, I'm already thinking of closing the solar business and going into agriculture. I was once a panelist here 3 years ago, but I must appreciate the convener, Mr. Ifeanyi. I think it's getting bigger and bigger by the year. Kudos to all the panelists that came around today. I also want to appreciate the headline sponsors, my friend, Chief Don Ebubogo, and the CEO of Onitsha Business School. They are doing a wonderful job. A lot of youths here might not know what is happening here today. You're here to gain knowledge for free. An Igbo man is teaching you how he was able to get to where he is today. I think I've known Don for the past 15, 20 years. And I tell you, his growth has been steady. So my question goes to Akin. Because Akin, looking at you when you were sitting down here, I was thinking it was a musician that would give us one of those performances. And some of the youths might be looking forward to when you perform. But I was surprised when they introduced you as a farmer. There is a whole lot of unemployment in Nigeria today. And I will tell you, most of our youths, they now prefer quick money. Nobody wants to work. But we have been told that Nigeria has a lot of land that we can do this agriculture. We can cultivate these plants and get profit. There's a lot of money in agriculture. And looking at you, Akin, how can you convince these youths to go into agriculture and farming? What is your story? I believe your story will convince a lot of youths here
to try and go into this agriculture to make a living for themselves? Thank you.
Should I go ahead? All right. So my story, and thank you very much for that question. And I've been in the sector for 2 decades. I'm an author, but the way we started the way I started in particular was very funny. I never studied agriculture in school, but I started by just writing. Now, what did I do, Dr. Ma? I started writing research work, articles, because my late grandfather is a cocoa merchant from Ogun State. It's a particular town called Ijebu. So we go on holidays to follow him when we're very young to, how to cultivate, process, wash, and do so many things on the farm. That was how my passion got into farming. And all along, I never studied agriculture in school, but I knew agriculture. Until one day, I asked myself one simple question. What is that sector that have other sectors around it? And that is where agriculture beyond farming comes around. What is that sector that have all other sector around it? Is it commerce? Is it funding? Is it, name it. It's all embedded the business. And that was what changed my mind. So I started writing articles on Blogspot. And my Blogspot got attention from 2 foundations. From then OOF in Washington and IITA in Ibadan. IITA was interested in what we were doing around research. OOF was also interested in what we were doing around writing articles and posting on Blogspot. Then we didn't have Twitter, more little on Facebook, but was more on Blogspot. That was how I got my first $100 via grant, was through writing. So I was writing, but I needed some practical knowledge on agriculture. Then I took 5 years of my life. I went to the north. I went to Kebbi. So I was in Kebbi, I was in Jigawa, I was in Niger for good 5 years. We're farming rice, we're farming granules within that axis. And that was how to get practical knowledge to grow major staple crops in Nigeria. Then after that, I graduated to now say, okay, I've learned these things. Then I was a farm manager on different farms. Then I moved to policy advocacy. But something kept me going, and that was consistency. Consistency and ability to pick a niche in the value chain. Today, if you go to your ChatGPT, I'm not boasting, it's what I have worked for. If you type in all the biggest top 10 agric influencers in Nigeria, my name will come out top 2. It's not a boast. It's something I labored, we worked, and we earned it. And these are taking me to meet vice presidents and also to top major political people or governors or wherever today in Nigeria. But all started somewhere and through consistency. Consistency in a niche you identify. You cannot do everything. As I said, you don't have to till the soil to become an agripreneur. Identify the value chain. I was able to identify a value chain. And that value chain, I was so consistent about it. And that has made me meet a lot of people, both local and international, to advance, advocate, and become who I am today in the sector. And one thing we're trying to do is just to change the narration. You don't have to be in agriculture and look poor. You don't have to be in the sector and look tattered. You don't have to be in the sector and look like the whole world is on your head. No. You can still be in the sector and still look good. You can still be in the sector and still command voices where other professions are commanding voices. Reason because you are the food hero of the world. And that is why we have major champions across the world. And if you look at the biggest, richest millionaires in the world today, they have something to do with farming. Is it Bill Gates? Is it Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg? Even Elon Musk. You ever believe Elon Musk once built a tractor? He built a tractor. Look at the football clubs. All the football clubs you have today in Europe, America, they all have farms where they used to feed their players. So who is saying that farmers are not wealthy? Who is saying that you come into the agricultural sector and not making money. You only have to identify the niche in which you want to belong and convert that niche into a money-making machine for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akin. We are about to round up, but there is something I need to touch, especially on our discussion today. There seems to be, nobody talked about livestock. Livestock is a very big part of the agricultural value chain. And I think we're going to do ourselves a disservice in the Southeast if we do not highlight livestock. Incidentally, I also sit on the board of a very large livestock industry in the Southeast, and we've been able to break the myth that day-old chicken cannot be produced in the Southeast. So beyond crop production, I also want to highlight that there is livestock, be it snail, be it lobster, that is also, the value chain is huge, and also there is a very big demand in the export market. I can recall, I think when Osibajo was the vice president, there was a time Qatar asked for sheep, ebune, from Nigeria. We didn't even have enough. So on a last note, before we close this panel, panelists, please, I want your closing remarks. And you've seen the questions that have come up on even the issue of the waste to wealth part of agriculture. So I give you each a minute as we close this panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, sir, don't go out of solar. I will show you how to make more money if you promise to give 10% to the Onitsha hub, free of charge. I will show you how to make much more money from solar. I really don't have much to say because the technical aspect of the supply chain management and this one, these are generic. The most important thing is the mindset. And that mindset, I know a lot of us talk about individual. Believe me, young people here, that individual will not cut it in our current state of our economy. So it's very difficult for us. I know how tough it was for me to start from zero to get where I am. I just had a belief. Sometimes they say passion is enough. Because Nigeria will hit you. It will hit you, it will hit you. Let's be honest with our country. It is very difficult for a young person to break through the ceiling. You have to have extra tough skin. So what am I saying? What did I lack? And what can my generation? My challenge is to my generation. That's Gen X. We are between 55 years and 45, I guess. We have complained the last 30 years. More than 30 years, because we have no excuse. In 1999, when democracy came back, we had military. Today, I'm sure every of my generation knows that it was even better under the military. So the challenge is, how do we, that we have complained in the last 30 years, what next step do we take to give a little back, to hold these guys and guide them through? We have corporate social responsibility budgets. We buy a lot of champagne. We buy a lot of cars. When you come here December, there's nowhere to park. I asked my friend in one, I don't want to mention, just nearby. Him and his friends imported almost 500 million naira drinks just for Christmas. Then they were giving one bag of rice to the women and all that. I think that is where the problem is. If we can just take 20% of that money we spend in Christmas only during Yuletide and create a hub. A hub, yesterday, I know the hub is giving individuals money. I have decided, like as an entrepreneur, the Green Sahara Hub is just for SMEs. I have taken off SMEs around my community. I've taken certification of them, processing my, and how much did it cost me? Less than 100 million to have a lab and that. And that will serve a community of 1.2 million people for any entrepreneur that wants to engage. So my call is that the elites of the Southeast and the elites of Onitsha, they really have to decide the future. We're already there, both in the whole of Nigeria. If we don't do anything about the youth, believe me, we will not sleep. By every day that the youths of this country are frustrated, you will have more bandits, more Boko Haram, more kidnappers, more, because there is no opportunity. So let's not, we've already locked ourselves. In France and England, they're opening up, breaking ground. We're building walls, hiring security. So we'll get to a point that you cannot come out in your house. The trend is evolving. So we got to be real. So my appeal, my challenge even from the beginning, I like the speech of the keynote speaker, is whether this hub should be talking to the elites or it should be talking to the youth. It's too tough for us as established, experienced businessmen. It will be too much for us to ask these youth to rise up without lifting them. I leave you with that.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Key and Chairman's friend. First of all, I want to address the young man that wants to innovate a product. Standards Organization of Nigeria, just like I told you, we are readily available to support you to get this. They can, my colleagues here can guide you. You're based here in Onitsha, right? My colleagues are there. They will guide you on how to get the quality of what you're saying, because it gives you that bargaining power, or how do I put it now, the strength to sell the innovation, that product you want to sell at a better price, because it's a raw material on its own. Do you get it? It's a raw material for when you can tell somebody, this level of 2%, or with the certification you will get from our office, you can take it out. And I also want to assure you that SON is readily available to provide regular services that you may need, that can support you to deal on any area of they've been mentioning sectors. You can even go into fabrication of agricultural tools. There are standards for them. You certify them. It's a market. Even yourself, building yourself there's an area in agriculture that they call bioinformatics. It is also, that's where you gather information on so there are different areas where you can build yourself, but make sure you're starting off on the right footing, because that is what will determine whether you can compete or sell your products here or even export it out. SON is always available. You can go to our website. Even on Facebook, we are on Facebook, Standards Organization of Nigeria. Go there, you'll see all the activities. We have even given certifications that can help people sell their products in the whole of Africa. Once you have that logo and mark on it, you can sell your products anywhere. So let me not keep, because you're starting, we'll take one step at a time. Take off, but take off right. First of all, visit the Sun office. Explain exactly where you're heading, what you want to do. If it's for export, we'll guide you properly to take your products out, because that's the only thing that can help you not to be marginalized when you get to where when you take your products out. Remember, if you think you want to export cocoyam a day from Nigeria, process it a little bit and take out. In Japan, they have cocoyam. In China, they eat edofe. Edofe, you know, they eat it. So, okay, India, they also have it. So, what is it? The manufacturer, the woman that mentioned Fio and one other, no, there was one, Okpa and, yes, Akidi, good. Akidi has, in fact, is expensive outside Nigeria because of the nutritional value. Now, what makes your own Akidi different from the one they have in China? What makes your, okay, like in Kenya, they have lentils, different colors. These things have export value. But what will make your own stand out is if you are able to certify it. Remember the agreement. You must meet that benchmark. The certification must be recognized anywhere, anytime, of which you can get it from Standards Organization of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
So, as a closing remark, what I want to tell my brothers, my sisters here, is that you are doing well. Taking out time to come and sit down and listen to us means you are interested in agriculture. It means you have capacity to do well. It means you can do better. So my encouragement and as a way of advice is keep pushing. That innovation, that idea that is coming to your head, give it a try. You can do it. If it's difficult and you can't stand alone, form a cooperative, push, and it is possible. Just know that as little as you are doing, that is how the great companies of today started. And if you keep insisting, if you keep believing in yourself, if you keep giving it a try, one thing at a time, one thing at a day, if you keep pushing it, surely and surely you'll be successful someday tomorrow. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. These are my two notes. Please, Ifeanyi, in contribution to your work and what these platforms recognize and stand for as a young person, I would love to give 20 e-copies of my book, The Rise of Digital Agriculture, to any 20 young person that might need it. It's about technology, digitalization. It can help you open your horizon into agriculture and technology and where you can tap in, either crop or livestock. I want to give 20 free to young person in Onitsha that might be interested. Then also, if you know you are producing, you are processing, and you are distributing into the Lagos market. Let me give a testimony. A young man last year from Onitsha, his name is Osita. He won a grant of 5 million naira last year via the Lagos Agri-Innovation Club. All he does is that he feeds into the Lagos market. There's a grant open at the moment. You can apply. I'll send a link to you, Ifeanyi. You can actually get that grant too, regardless of where you are. So far, you are also having access, or you are producing or distributing into the Lagos market. As a young person, you have access to that grant. You can actually apply for it and also win 5 million naira grant, 7 million naira grant, you know, to upscale your agribusiness enterprise. I love this platform. Then definitely, if invited again, I can be here next year, God willing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akin, and thank you, the panelists, on the closing remark. Thank you, Akin, for starting with the issue of grants, because right now, Onitsha Business Hangout, where it is, also requires the grants for it to survive. It has been 5 years, and the 5 years of it has been, it's not been easy, both for the convener, the team. Apart from our pillar, Don Ebubogo, what you've seen here today would have been impossible. Akin, you mentioned grants. I want to seek this opportunity to also, for the audience, no matter how little you have, to contribute to the continued sustenance of Onitsha Business Hangout. I know you are very much happy with what is happening here today, and we also hope that we are going to redefine Onitsha Business Hangout to go beyond an annual event. However, the support system for this Onitsha Business Hangout is within the audience. Feel free to contact Ifeanyi, me, or anyone else to know how you can support what's happened here today so that it continue to happen. Thank you very much, my panelists. Please, can we take a photograph? And we also want a few people to come up the stage with us also to take the photograph. Ifeanyi, please bring up the people that should be here. Thank you.
Okay, right now we would have a quick photo session first with the panelists, I believe. First with the panelists and the moderator. And then with Chief Don Ibubogo, we also have Professor Olusegun Shogweson, the team lead, the convener, and many, many more esteemed guests. While we're still on this, the Sublime Properties would like to let everyone know that if you're a farmer or you're interested in agriculture and you're looking for land or empty spaces for your farming or agribusinesses, they may have that solution for you. So kindly visit their stand or speak with their representatives after the program. Okay, thank you once again to our panelists, Dr. Suleiman Dikwa Mohammed. You know, he's our fellow brother in the business field aside name and religion. Mrs. Nwabugo Chidema Ewuzie, our national and international woman of standardization. Mr. Nwosu Gabriel Chukudi, the ever humble Onitsha man. And also Mr. Kinwale Alabi, the amazing dancer, the amazing farmer, and Lagos boy. A round of applause for our panelists as they move out of the stage. Thank you. And also many, many thanks to Mrs. Ijoma Ezaso for a very smooth and beautiful moderation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let's just take a few minutes out of our time to hear from the representative of Voice of the East for Mr. Eke Orum in the person of Chinagorom Odo. Thank you so much for being here.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to recognize and appreciate all the speakers, the guests, and the organizers of this year's Onitsha Business Hangout. Thank you for the opportunity to address this August gathering. My name is Chinagorom Odo founder of a grocery logistics company called Fluff, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my boss, A.K. Elanya Urum, the CEO of RiceVest and managing editor of Voice of the East Media Limited. He unfortunately could not attend today due to unavoidable commitments, but he has asked that I speak for a few minutes on his behalf because he considers this event, this city, and this topic to be of utmost importance, and he wanted to share a few thoughts with you all. I read, "Dear listeners, it is my belief that many of our people do not fully realize or appreciate both the importance of agriculture and its necessity for our economic development. I also believe that not many of our people fully appreciate that this city, Onitsha, is the most strategically important city in Igbo land and Southeast today. Thankfully, I believe you all seated here do recognize these truths. Otherwise, you would not be here. We in the Southeast are facing a fork in the road. If we continue to do things the way we have always done them, we would face ruin from competition in trading, dependency in food production, lack of jobs, and slower economic development in our region. But if we...
Sorry, a very quick one. I would love to appeal to everyone to not go. We are not done with what we have for you today. Remember that we are going to be announcing winners of the 20 million Naira grant. We're going to be announcing winners. We're going to be disbursing them today, very, very soon. So please, I indulge your patience this beautiful, beautiful day. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. But if we take a new path, we will unlock a new economic movement, growth, food independence, and industrial advancement. That new path is what I would like to discuss with you all today. That new path runs through agriculture. As the theme says, agriculture is more than farming. Yes, farming is at the heart of it, and we need to expand our footprint there. Food production, mechanization, expanded yields, better inputs, and better high-quality education must all be priorities. The era when farming was done by the uneducated is past. We need innovative farmers who understand that the power of Old Eastern region lay strongly in the productivity of our farms, the yield, and the rural economy. We need young people willing to grow the food and cash crops again. Nigeria's decline in oil palm is largely a Southeast decline. But we need more than new farmers. Are you great at chemistry? We need fertilizer research, soil testing, animal feed production, and our own drugs for poultry and animal husbandry. Are you an engineer? We need new ways to build and power cold rooms and storage facilities, as well as build and repair agricultural tools. Are you an industrialist? We need processing plants. Are you a trader? Remember, commodities started the Dangote fortune. Are you interested in logistics? We need barges floating food down the Niger River from the Middle Belt. We need trucks. We need last-mile grocery deliveries. Whatever you are interested in, there is space in the agricultural value chain for you. In the next 10 years, the wealthiest people you know will be involved in the agricultural value chain. And our hope is that the smartest, most innovative, and most relentless people in this room will contribute towards creating that wealth while solving the most critical problems we have in the agro space. To end and put our money where our mouth is, our company has an investment fund dedicated to agro-industrial companies with at least 3 years of operations and clear financial records. If you are building in this space and you need capital to scale, then we would like to talk to you. Send an email to listing@assetbase.capital. I repeat, send an email to listing@assetbase.capital or give your contact information to me, the speaker. God bless you all. Thank you for listening, and thank you once again to the organizers for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Chinagorom Ojo. Yes, I appreciate you. Okay. A very quick one, a very, very quick one. While we are on this, the drama group should get ready for their presentation as fast as possible. because we are far behind schedule and we need to close very soon. So the drama group should get ready for their presentation while we're on this. While we're still together, can I ask everyone to do something for me? Is everybody listening? Are we still together? Okay, I need you to turn to the person beside you, introduce yourself, tell them your name and what you do, or what business you'd love to start. You have 30 seconds to do that. Interact with yourselves. The drama group will be coming very soon to have a conversation. Rather, not have a conversation, to dramatize as they know what to do best, okay?
Let me just say something. Please, Bikun, the event is not yet over, especially for the finalists, because the key point of what we are going to do today is the announcement of the grant winners. There is 20 million up for grabs. So even if you are still here, just give us your audience. We are gradually coming to the end of the event. So while we are waiting for the drama people to come, please, Amara, should come on stage and introduce what we did yesterday. Amara. Then Obun and the drama nebuzioge, we can equally call the results. So Amara, please. This is very, very, very important, especially for startups. Please, can we sit down, please? Everybody should get seated, at least for the next 10 minutes. We should be done. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amarachukwu Ovaga, and I'm a staff of the Business Clinic and Tiger Foods Limited. Yesterday was a mind-blowing one, and we were so impressed because over the years, the Business Clinic has been a backbone of Onitsha Business Hangouts. Last year, we gave about a grant of 10 million naira for startups and small business owners to encourage them, to tell them that we see what they are doing and we want them to do more. And this year, again, we did it in a very big way. We gave out 20 million naira. And this 20 million naira will be won today by some businesses. And if you are here and you pitched yesterday, please, can you make this room lively for us? Can you give a round of applause? Can you appreciate the Business Clinic and the Tiger Foods for what they are doing? Also, if you're on social media, please follow us on Facebook and Instagram on the Business Clinic. Back to what I was saying. Last year, we recorded about 15 beneficiaries. And subsequently, we had meetings with them after like 6 months. And in the course of that meeting, we found out that what we gave them yielded fruits. But yet, they needed some support also. And we gave them additional 4.5 million naira for those that won the grants of last year. I am saying this because today, some businesses will also win grants. And if you are amongst the businesses that will win the grants today, and you don't put it into a viable thing that we can see, which is sustainable and credible, you will have to answer to us. Yes, you will. Even if what is given to you today is not enough to buy the machine you wanted to buy or you had in mind, One thing we ask of you is for you to put it into a good use. Because we'll be checking the track records. We don't want to give these grants to riffraffs. We want to give it to people who are serious. People who know exactly what they want and will put it into a good use. And to this, I will want to welcome on the stage the president there is. Okay. Information reaching me now is that there is a performance to be. Okay. So after that, we will call on the president of Chambers of Commerce, who will come out to this stage and then present the grant award to the winners. Thank you.
Hey, Oriako, let's go to this farmland and see whether we will get something. It has been long we visited that farm. Hey.
Mama, every time you carry me to come to farm. Mama.
My daughter.
Don't backstay.
I don't want to come to this farm again. I'm tired. Sun is burning my skin.
Hey, will you stop that?
You've started again.
Come on, continue what you're doing and you're singing.
You've started again. My husband. Please.
Start from here. There's no time.
Don't be shouting at me. It's not very important.
Do that thing well. There's no time. Yeah?
I'm complaining.
Let me tell you a story about this farmland.
Patricia, walk now. Walk.
This farmland fed my great-great-grandfather. One. This same farmland fed my father. And it fed me. And this same farmland will feed all my children. And I will keep saying it. Tired of what? You must be a farmer. Oriaku.
David. How many times can Pogi? You've come again with these your stories. We've been in the farm from morning till evening. And all you have been doing is dreaming. Is it not still the same fan that produced the rice and stew you ate this morning?
I don't know.
Mama, see, we do the hard work here, and what has made the real money?
What do you know about money, David? Your namesake in the Bible is a king. All you do is dream. I would have named you Joseph if I knew that.
Amucha, are you the one?
Stop with these dreams and pack this.
Are you the one advising this, my son? Brother. Amuche.
Let's go.
I don't know why people
Patricia.
are seeing education as if it is something that is not important. Let this boy go to school and be what he wants to be. Let him study. Once he studies, he will make us proud.
Amuche, you are the last person that will ask me about this school. Don't say that. What do you study in school? Microbiology. And who is feeding who in this family?
You are feeding me, sir.
Amuche. Let's go home.
Hey, Patricia, how are you now? What are you doing here? What do you want?
Hey, is this how children of nowadays greet their elders?
Good afternoon. What do you want? I don't even have your time, Seth. Where is your brother? Where is David?
He's inside.
Go and call him for me. Ha. Oh. David!
Aisha, what is going on?
See your sister. Oh. I told her to go and call you for me.
What happened?
Oh, I said, let me stop by, Jerry. How are you doing?
I'm doing very
You
well.
know,
Look at
since
you
we
now.
wrote
You're
our
shining.
jam, we have not seen each other now.
Yeah, about that, Seth.
How is everything?
Man, I'm tired, dude. Do you believe that my parents don't want me to go to school?
Why?
Like, they are not even aware I took jam, Seth.
That's true, Seth. You added business administration in your jam.
Exactly,
and doing it
but
as
my
your
dad
first
wants me to
choice.
be a farmer. He wants me to continue his farming, generational stuff.
You
And
know,
I'm
you can
tired.
actually do agribusiness, right? Because that's what I even put in my jam. He's going to like it. Eh? Because agriculture does not just end in farming. It continues. It continues with processing, advertising, and lots more.
So you say agri-business, right?
Yes.
All right, now let me check it out.
Yeah. I'll make my research too, and I'll get back to you.
All right, let me take you out. Let me escort
No
you.
problem.
Yeah, let me escort you.
Wait, take. Amuche!
My husband.
This is my
calm
brother,
down.
eh? Amuche!
Stop stressing yourself. Hmm?
Calm
down.
I am already here, Papa.
Amuche, Kekwan.
Eh?
Hmm?
Fine, man.
How are you?
There is no food in this house.
Brother, I was just coming back from that farm at the back of that hill.
Okay.
Eba Akuluji, where they planted yam. I noticed that some of the leaves are starting to shine, yellow color. And I believe it is pests. So we need to find, there was one they suggested to me, attack. Let's buy it.
My children.
Is food ready already?
Patricia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey! Chimo. Who prepared this food? Adanaya?
My daughter.
Do you put this tiger curry spices?
Daddy, the wine. I put it now.
Go and get it. Let me see. I won't eat this food. See, I see this. That spices, please.
Papa, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Wait, let me confirm this thing before I eat this food first.
But this one is important.
It's not important than this one. You can go on, my son.
Papa, I gained admission.
Admission?
Yes, Papa.
It's good.
Like, Papa, I'm going to school.
Yeah?
I want to go and study agribusiness and agricultural technology.
That is my boy.
Agric.
Yes, Papa.
Business.
Yes.
What happened to farming? What happened to planting? What happened to cultivating?
My husband.
I've been surviving with all these things.
Calm down. You know you just went to primary school. You didn't complete school.
And so what?
Which makes you an illiterate.
Ah.
This farming that we've been doing, can't you see the condition of this family? Are you happy about it? You can see our neighbor, Brother Abel. This same farming, his parents allowed him to further his education. And with this farming, he learns it with technology and can produce electricity with it.
Are you serious?
Yes. Do you like the way we are looking?
Hey.
We are feeding from hand to mouth. So please, let us allow our son. Let us not hinder his progress. Biko, Amuche, Biko.
Papa Biko.
Speak to your brother.
Papa Biko, I want to go to school.
Agribusiness, I think. If we're going to agric is farming.
Yes.
No, sometimes one educated student can feed an entire community.
Bam.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I'm very serious. Now take a case study of our neighboring community. Can't you see Chidi? Chidi Anewewu.
Ogwego.
No! This is wrong information.
I see.
Son of Okonkwo.
Yes, I know him. Ogwego Komere.
No!
My husband, calm down and listen.
He did not even get his information right. He went to school and now he has become the light of that community.
Yes.
Bamukuneze. So if you let our boy now, perhaps he can be our own chief of this community.
Yes,
He
who
will be
knows?
the Okunelele of this village. So let him go. Boy, I'm proud of you.
And he will get that car that you've been wanting to get since.
I want to go.
My son, I support you.
You can see they have convinced me. I will not advise you. If this path that you are going is the right path for you, I can't advise you. Just don't forget the land that fed you.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
It's
not, the land will still be feeding me in school now. It's not possible.
Amujo. It's like I will leave this food and go to meeting.
No, Baba, thank you.
I will go to meeting.
My husband. So.
No, I'm not eating again. Let me go to meeting.
Let's complete it in the room, okay?
No, problem.
David! Where is this boy now? I just called him. David!
What is the issue, Kwanu?
Don't you used to pick your call any longer.
I'm tired of this school.
You're
I'm
always
tired.
Anytime I come to see you, you're tired. What is it?
See, I need money. I need funds. This project we are doing, I need money for it. My dad is not giving me.
See, I have some news for you. A very good news. Do you want to listen?
What is it about?
I was making my research. I'm not going to make my research. I made my research and I found out that there is this national grants competition that is coming up in 6 months' time. The winner goes home with a funding that will further their education and help them build agricultural businesses.
Are you serious?
Yes.
But wait, what do we have to offer? I mean, it's just this agricultural business.
You know,
that we
it's
are
in
doing.
6 months' time. There is enough time for you. Both of us can make research on it. We can create a pitch. You know, we need to go and win that competition. Don't you need that money again? Yes, now.
All right, sir. All right. Okay. Let's get to work now.
Yeah, now.
6 months time, right?
Yes, 6 months' time.
All right. Small thing.
Six months later. Okay, good evening. Good evening, Ma. Good evening, sir. From the last time, in conclusion, in what I was saying, let me keep my book here. So, in conclusion, in what I was saying, when you have 12 plots of land, in those 12 plots of land, they have divisions. Are you hearing me? When you have divisions and partitions of lands, you plant seeds. Those seeds are being cultivated during the cultivar season. You understand? Then those seeds being cultivated will give you the plant produce. Then you ask, what are these effects to soil? They have erosion. Let's talk about erosion. What is erosion? Erosion is the process by which waters wash away the soil surface. You understand? So how can we stop erosion? We put gutters. When you have different gutters in the junctions of your farm. So when rain fell, I understand my point, sir. I understand. When rain fell, it will pass through the gutters. Excuse me, let me get some chapters. Yeah, chapter 3. We talk about pollutions. So
please, sir, your time is up.
My time is up.
Yes.
But you guys will get back to me.
You will speak to our directors. We'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, please.
Good day, sir. Good day, man. My name is David, and this is Helen. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our vision with you on agriculture. You see, when the world hears the word agriculture, they tend to imagine a farmer with a hoe under the scorching sun. Something different. We see factories.
We see technologies.
We see employment.
We see exports.
Agriculture is not just an occupation.
It's an economy.
Please elaborate further on this.
You know, every harvest follows a journey. You know, a tomato is planted in the farm, but it doesn't end there. It continues. It is being sorted. It is being stored. It is being packaged beautifully. It is being processed into tomato paste. It is being exported to different countries. You know, at every journey, someone earns money.
So it helps reduce waste.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is why this our project, we have 5 categories, okay? And in these 5 categories, someone earns money. In the first category, we have the food processing factory. The food processing factory, let's take an example, the cassava. Cassava, when it is cultivated as the raw material, it is processed into different things, such as gari, flour, and starch. The next one is the...
We have the cold storage facility. This is another department in our agricultural business that stores food. You know, food shouldn't spoil while farmers go hungry. Agriculture is also storage. Yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that this your project now is a plan to expand agriculture beyond what we already know.
Absolutely. The third category is the branding, which is very important. This shows the identity of the products, different products. So this branding, it requires creativity. This shows that there's room for creative minds in agriculture. Thank you.
Wow, graphic designer is also a part of agriculture.
Absolutely, ma'am. Okay, the fourth one is the technology hub. We create an app that provides information on weather forecast, market prices, and even help marketers sell their products without even owning a farm.
And the last category, which is the exporting warehouse. Agriculture does not just end in the harvest stage. It is sent out to make more money. Imagine a country where the youth don't have to wait endlessly for a job because agriculture creates opportunity for engineers,
for lawyers,
for scientists,
for marketers,
for teachers,
for you, for me.
For you and me. Agriculture is not just about growing food.
It's about growing businesses.
It's about creating opportunities.
It's about growing industries. It's about feeding the nation. That is agricultural business.
Wow. Okay. Your vision is inspiring.
Thank you, ma.
Yeah, it's very bold and expansive, but bold ideas are very expensive. So we'll talk to our directors and other investors and get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just say something.
Okay, now we have to review their pitches. So this is the last for the day. Yes.
Okay, a huge round of applause for Federation Theatre. Thank you so much for that amazing one. I believe so much where they are gearing towards or what exactly they were talking about is also synonymous and significant to what's happening today. So with that being said, if you understand what cliffhangers are all about, you know, they stopped for the main event and the main thing. They probably would have shown us the winner of that pitch, but right now we're going to do it live and direct. We're going to be bringing and calling out the winners, but first of all, I'd love to introduce the man, the chief judge, Mr. Chinedu Nwono, to the stage. He is the very, very new president of Onitsha Industries, Mine, Agriculture, Ofonye. Thank you so much, sir, for being here.
Good evening. Thank you. So, yesterday we had a very, very wonderful and revealing event. We had about 20 or 19 people pitch to us. They came up with business ideas, very wonderful business ideas, and they tried to convince the judges on the need for us to advance or grant them some funds to scale those businesses. I was touched. I could not have believed that we have such level of smart people, passionate people, visionaries who desire to make a change within our environment. I have been called upon to announce who the winners are. But as far as I'm concerned, there are no winners. What I mean by that is that every one of them that pitched yesterday is a winner. Please put your hands together for them. Today, some people are going to be announced as those who will benefit from that fund. But for some of them who may not be so lucky, it's not because their pitches were bad, it's not because their businesses were not convincing, but because there were some risks we needed to mitigate. It's because there were some discussions or some conversations we will still have after this event. So what that means is that possibly and progressively, we are still going to get back to most of them so that we'll find a way to ensure that we support those businesses to ensure that they achieve their dreams and their visions. I want to specially thank my co-judges yesterday, starting from Dr. Chunwoba Obiano, who is unavoidably absent, then Ralchuku Orakwe, Dr. Ijoma Ezaso, and for some people who worked at the background, like Nneka, Amara, and so many volunteers, we thank all of you. So, I would need the final list of those. Please, can we project the names? Can we project the names, please, very quickly?
While we're getting the list projected, we'd like to also invite representatives of our sponsors and other invited dignitaries to kindly come forward. You know, we also want to call on the open pitch sponsors for them to come to the stage while we're waiting for the list to arrive, and also announcement of the winners. It's the time where we need to announce the winners now this beautiful evening.
Some years ago, I was having an informal conversation with Don. I'm not sure he's going to remember. He casually said something to me. He said that somehow Onitsha has been good to some of us, and that we must begin to find a way to reciprocate, to some sort of payback, to give back to the city that has supported us, that has been good to us. And I took that word casually. But since those years, almost on monthly basis, I keep reading, I keep seeing the level of support which Don himself, his companies, and some organizations that he has his hand in. Please, let's put our hands together for Don Ebubog, please. We can do better than this now. We can do better than this. Don, we are saying thank you. We are saying thank you. This is massive. So like I said, for some of us who their own grants may be delayed because of one thing or the other, please do not lose hope. I was so much encouraged by the things I listened to yesterday, by the businesses I heard, some things I felt that we should be hearing from places like Lagos or Abuja. I heard all of them yesterday. And interestingly, in fact, all of them are from the southeast. Nobody came from south or outside of this axis. And it gives a whole lot of cause for us to cheer. Please, let's project the names very quickly. So, we have Onyekwelu Favor. So, we share around. Sherry Losry Hairs, please come up very quickly. Sherry Losry Hairs.
Onyekwelu Favor Tochukwu, please come up on the stage. Congratulations.
She made a very, very passionate presentation yesterday. In fact, when she started, the way she structured her presentation, we thought she produces hairs in Onitsha. Until it got to a point when we found out that she has a kind of elitist salon where she does great and mighty things. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So I think we need to get all the others up here. Please, let's be fast about this. Let's be fast. Ekom Gideon Fidelis, please, very quickly. Rent better house. Rent better house, yes. Rent better house. Based on the pitch we had yesterday, you will no longer have problems looking for a house to rent or to even buy. It was a wonderful presentation that we had yesterday. So, Okeyasi Stephen, Mazolak Foods. Okeyasi Stephen, please come up very quickly. Okeyasi Stephen, Mazolak Foods. He came all the way from Aba, gave us some crunches that we ate and enjoyed, high quality, and almost concluded his NAFDAC registrations and SUN certification. Chikwado Friday, 1.5 million. Chikwado Friday, 1.5 million. Chikwado runs an e-cleaning company, currently in charge of banks, Globus banks, and he's based in Aba too. Chikwado came all the way from Aba. He's into cleaning, has so many bank branches. Tochukwu, Mwachukwu, Toby. Tochukwu, Mwachukwu, Toby Paints Global Venture. Wonderful, wonderful. Then we have Okechukwu Stanley, Ventlio, 2 million naira. This is a fintech company, Ventlio. Very wonderful presentation yesterday. Highly passionate about the fintech industry. Okechukwu Stanley, Ventlio. Congratulations. 2 million naira. Congrats. We have more. Angel Anyim Eduzone. Angel Anyim Eduzone. You don't have to go far to seek lesson teachers for your kids. She did a wonderful delivery yesterday, Everything is online, driven by technology. Angel, congratulations. Would you come over here? 2 million. Then we have Ifeoma Gloria Ezeugwu, 2.5 million. Amazing edibles. Amazing edibles. Next, Chisom Genevieve. She's Genevieve Enterprises. Mark France. She's Genevieve Enterprises. She's a paint maker, a paint producer, an industrialist. Okay. Yes. This is my lecturer. This is my lecturer. Produces bread using okpa, using okwa, using akede. Congratulations. 5 million naira. 5 million naira. Chinyere Oluchukwu Osuji, Velas Global Nutrition. She's a lecturer, mind you. So, based on the presentations that we had yesterday, these are your winners. So, we are going to be processing the transfer of the funds to their accounts. And as I think, Ifeanyi, please. Amara, please come. Where's the NECA? Wonderful, wonderful, good. So on behalf of Onitsha Business Hangout, I want to say congratulations. Congratulations. The prayer is that this will be a platform for you to scale, for you to structure your businesses so that by this time next year, in fact, what we are looking at is that based on the things we had yesterday, we may no longer have this without investors being around. That is the plan. The things we had yesterday, it became so compelling that this will not work effectively if we don't have investors. In fact, if we had had so many investors yesterday, all of them would have been taken up through support or through funding. So congratulations once again. So,
they can snap picture with the the owner, yes, the owner, yes.
Yeah.
We'll love our sponsors to come around.
Yeah.
Our open pitch sponsors, the judges that are still available, every single person that made this possible, we'll love you to come around. We'll love you to come to the stage and present to the winners their awards. Also to the winners, congratulations once again. You're amazing.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have another round of applause to our winners? I didn't know I will be talking again, but since I've been given that opportunity, I want to give a little summary of what transpired yesterday. Yesterday, we had hope. we saw the vision. We saw that the Southeast had people who were already thinking about the future. If you look at the businesses here, they are from multi-sectors. We had people from tech. We had our mathematician who developed an edutech. We had a lecturer who revolutionized legumes, okpa, akede, okwa, into edibles, fast-moving consumer goods, bread, which everybody could talk about. We also have our fine, handsome young man. Please, a round of applause for Toby. And Toby was able to bring his friends also to the room yesterday. And I want to also thank his assistants for providing us that opportunity to have sign language introduced yesterday and also for today. It was specifically for this young man. And he brought in also a lot of people who needed sign language. And going forward, will always become a more accommodative association and group. He opened our eyes yesterday that maybe this should also be extended to people that might need Braille in our next edition. So on behalf of the judges, I want to assure you that we will continue to get better. If you didn't get anything in this year's edition, you might have the opportunity tomorrow. We are all available for mentorship. Some that didn't get anything today was because their proposals and pitching required a little bit of fine-tuning. The people that still got the money, if they do not work with mentors, there's a likelihood that they will not be able to scale. So, on behalf of the judges, the key sponsor, Tiger Foods, we assure you that we are not letting them just go like that. We will continue to stay in touch so that by next year, they will all come back to give their testimonies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Ijoma. So on behalf of Onitsha Business Hangout and then our major sponsor, which is Business Clinic, we want to say congratulations to each and every one of you. I said it yesterday, if you manage to get to the finals, you're already a winner because we got 278 applications from the entire Southeast. So you getting to the final and being among the top 20 shows that you are doing something right. So for those that were not opportune to win, next year, we are hoping to come back bigger and better. You can always try. So the winners, congratulations to you. We are looking forward to having you share your testimonies in due time. Onitsha Business Hangout is open for collaboration. I had a meal for just a one-off thing. Some of us are already part of the community. Chisomi is part of the community. Okay, just her. Okay, Mazine Dibu is also part of the community because we have what we call the Onitsha Business Hangout community where we talk to each other, patronize each other, and build together. So congratulations. Every further information will be shared at the WhatsApp group that you guys are already there, and then we are going to take it up from here. If you fulfill the obligations that was stated at the beginning, which is opening an account with a particular bank, due to the partnership we have with them, your money will be transferred to you. So congratulations, and thank you very much. Then on behalf of the Onitsha Business Hangout and Business Clinic, Mr. Chinedu Sim, na inyende ego anyenye hosisi amoromka the things sit down for a nanti, but we want to appreciate the judges for doing an exceptional thing. Olu Kahalu Olu the exceptional, they have been with us since February. This journey for Onitsha Business Hangout Open Pitch Grand Challenge started in February, and these guys has been nothing short of amazing. I may send the message by 12 Kabani. They reply me, and they have been very, very communicative, and they have done an excellent job. One thing I want to beg, and I want to tell them is this:
we are retaining you. If there is an option for this next year, you guys are also going to be our judges. So in appreciation, if we need to go, this is for Mr. Chinedu from Onitsha Business Hangout. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Then for Mrs., my sugar mommy, Ijoma Ezaso, please, thank you very much for this. And then this is from all of us at Onitsha Business Hangout and Business Clinic. Adam, you won't do, but I will explain later. Oh, Makana, Odika Edu. Odika Edu. So, Mr. Ralo, so thank you very much for doing this with us. So thank you very, very much. Then to our panelists who have something for you guys. Bikonu, this is what, we didn't pay any of them to be here. They came freely. So we have something that we would want to share with them. And I'm going to call on stage Dr. Suleiman Dikwa, please. Mr. Don, yes, Okwanum Biko, Namam Nika Drozgemana Biko, Ogan Wabogain. Without you, we are nothing. I got me what to say to Manam Boyaketa Mia. And I like him, Miami. So, Dr. Suleiman, thank you for coming to Onitsha. What you actually did for us is what some of our brothers cannot do, but it's not a story we are going to share here. Thank you. I've already have your number. We have a whole lot we can do together, not just for Onitsha, but for the Onitsha Business Hangout community. And then we are trying to see, we already have a cooperative of small young farmers, and we are trying to do a whole lot of things at the same time. But this, your contribution has given us an insight on how we can actually be able to break through. So thank you very much. So on behalf of Onitsha Business Hangout, please accept this token for us, from us. This is an Igbo depiction. It is, okay.
Thank you very much. Due to, they said in popular parlance, due to popular demand, I have committed myself, because I cannot deal with all the individuals that met me individually, that I'm going to offer 2 sessions. And I will tell you, sometimes when they say online sessions, you don't understand how much people pay to go there. Like this talk, when I lecture in Lagos Business School, they pay about 3 to 4 million naira per person, a bank and individual sponsor. I'm going to offer 2 courses, strategies and opportunities in this time, in the green economy, and strategies and opportunities in agri value chain upstream. At any time, it can be, I've offered online. If you want it to be on person, I will do at any time. It will be a detailed session. You will have all the tools that you require for all the questions you ask to take yourself to the next level.
Thank you very much. So if you are not yet part of the Onitsha Business Hangout community, please make sure. That's the only way we can do that. Then I'm calling Gabriel Polap. Gabriel, no. Opugo. Because I'm calling on Mr. Akinwale Alabi. Please, Akin, you're my friend and my brother. I will still come back to Lagos. We have a lot of things to do together. So please, we are presenting this to you. This is a double feathered chief in Alibo. So please, on behalf of Onitsha Business Hangout, please accept this token of appreciation from all of us at Onitsha Business Hangout and our headline sponsor, Tiger Foods Limited. Then Momisco, okay, Gabriel Aptago, okay, Mr. Gabriel Nwosu, please, we have this for you. Thank you very much. It's barely 1 week. In less than 1 week, he agreed to be a panelist with us. On Sunday last week, and he immediately accepted. And today, he didn't just come alone. He came with his wife. So now, ahead. So thank you very much, Mr. Gabriel. And then the opportunity, we are going to get back to you as regards that. So thank you very much. These are headline sponsors on our behalf. So Mrs. Chidima Ewuzie, the first time I spoke to her, we spoke for over 3 hours. Of what is actually happening, and then what it has to do with standardization and the rest of it. And she came all the way from Lagos. to be with us. So if you're having any issue with SON, so that we don't stop saying, Nani, mebundi me, mebu, we are being marginalized. What do you hear? Their story is over. Anytime you get to the Standard Organization office in Lagos, say, Mrs. Chedemma, or potential from Onitsha Business Hangout, I believe your problems will be solved. So thank you very much, madam, for being with us today. Thank you very, very, on behalf of Onitsha Business. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, Ifani. Ifani was really on my neck. So, and on behalf of the DG of SON, I would want us to have this agreement with Onitsha Business Hangout to nurture, to support these, your entrepreneurs. If Onitsha Business Hangout, you can, because it's going to form part of my report to my DG. Now, if you have people who want to pass through your system to get, how do I put it now, for us to guide them, you can inform us, then we'll guide them on how to apply, how to get their products certified, how to get their processes. In fact, since I finished the discussion, people have been talking to me and I've been telling them how to even their processes. Because it's not just about starting, it's about knowing the right things to do so that you won't. One thing that make people lose money in agriculture, part of it, is bad products, poor quality products. When you buy, what do you call it, spices now, I'm using Oga, sorry. And Oga wants to patronize you, wants to encourage you. Then you now supply him, maybe he wants to buy scent leaf from you. You now supply him infested or bad products or bad material. He will not support you. But if you know how to go about certify whatever you're bringing, if you don't know, you ask questions. We also, some of our people there, they are experts in my office in different areas. So please, Onitsha Business Hangout, we are very much available to what you're doing. Son is your partner. Anything you need from us, do not hesitate to call on us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me start by thanking the judges, led by Chinedu Nwanu, and then the winners as well, the people that got the grant. Let me also make a little clarification so that we don't mix up things. The headline sponsor of this program is Tiger Foods Limited, which is quite different from the business clinic. So business clinic is a pet project, my personal pet project, from where I choose to mentor and encourage startups. So Tiger Foods, from the support they are giving to business from Business Hangout, they have assured them that they will continue to be supporting them in subsequent years. Then for the business clinic, which is my personal pet project, I will say that I've been impressed with what we have done in the last 2 to 3 years. 3 years now, giving grant to startups, then trying to also mentor them, especially the people that benefited last year that we later had a lunch date with, which encouraged me to make it more open and then make the selective process quite transparent. So yesterday I was regaled with the quality of the people who made their pitch, the kind of products they came with, the passion they exhibited, and the promise of their product and services. So one of the things we have undertaken to do is I have started discussing with a few of my friends who are into businesses. And the idea is if we can get them under the same roof with people with startups who are looking for funds. What I'm doing with Business Clinic is simply to assist in my only two ways by giving out free grant, which is not repayable. It's not a loan, it is free. But what I want some other businessmen to do is to come to that pitch and listen to the startups and then find somebody they may like to go into partnership with. It is necessary to do this because the grant we are getting may not fulfill all your aspirations. But scaling up your operations by getting an investor or giving somebody equity to be part of what you are doing may help you to grow faster. So it's not mandatory. It is a program that we may try out in the next section. So having said this, let me stand here to do one of the things I've never done before, and I don't wish to do, but again, to encourage more people to be part of this. I'm going to increase the grant to 50 million from next year. So what it means is that the next edition, what we are going to be giving out will be about 50 million naira. So you can begin now to push your wheels, find out how to make your pitch, and then get your request in a way that it will impress the judges to allocate some funds to you. Thank you so much.
So for every startup out there, your opportunity starts now. Go and register your business, refine it. Also, someone I share money, but I don't have money. But we'll continue next year. So by the time we do next year and finish, we have shared through Onitsha Business Hangout and Business Clinic almost 85 million naira or direba. So if you are here and you are doing something, go home, plan yourself, prepare your business. Business. Plan yourself, plan your business, and definitely Onitsha Business Hangout through Business Clinic is going to support you. So at this point, I would want to say thank you very much to every one of us that remained with us till this very time. There will be no Onitsha Business Hangout without you. Again, we have an Onitsha Business Hangout community. And always some opportunities, it goes to the community without going out. If you want to be part of the first persons that will be getting those opportunities, please join the Onitsha Business Hangout community. So this is where we draw a curtain to Onitsha Business Hangout Redefine Edition 2026. What is still left is the trade fair. We are working with the Chambers of Commerce. We are planning on a trade fair with Onitsha Chamber of Commerce on the last Saturday and Sunday of November 2026. So if you are here and you would want to be part of it, please start on time to prepare yourself. Thank you very much, guys, and I wish us all the best. Dalono. Eastern Vibes, please, you have the floor. Play your music, enjoy yourself, so that the winners can actually dance their way out of their... we have 5 minutes more. We have just 5 minutes.
Yes,
we have
a
5
very
minutes.
quick one. Travel safe, everyone. Travel safe. Remain inspired.
and continue redefining possibilities.
And thank you very much to our host, Miss Kwechi. She works with Ogene FM in Oka, and she came all the way from Oka to be with us today. Thank you very much, ma.
Chinayo Koligwe. I'm the Chief Creative Director at Chinico Clothing. Initially, using manual machine may not give you the exact finishing that you want. The grant helped us to source additional machine, also helped us to source finishing machine that when we now sew a polo, we can now finish it well. Because using a manual machine will not give you the same feel that the hemming machine will give you. Measurable impact we got from the grant was that we're able to take bulk order because we had an industrial machine that would give you speed. Chinico Clothing is very, very grateful for this opportunity. We are looking forward to opening a studio where people walk in from the collection of polos that we have. They can buy a fitting polos from the collection of ready-to-wear polos, t-shirts, knickers, joggers, sweatshirts. They can get anyone that fits them. That is our vision.
My name is Olushola Komolafe. I'm the founder and director of Caris Precision Limited. With a grant of 1 million naira, we're able to get a new space, as you can see, for our business. We identified a problem of delay and disappointment in the fashion industry, which is rampant, and we are solving that by providing a 72-hour solution to deliver our bespoke wares. With our new space, we've been able to increase our capacity. We've been able to do bulk orders. We'll be able to employ more people, as you can see. Our vision is to be the Africa's leading one-stop fashion brand. We are not stopping there at all. We really appreciate Onitsha Business Hangout for the privilege and also Business Clinic for the grant.
My name is Amakovi and I'm the founder of BM Global Limited. Through the grant that we received, we were able to start our process, and now we have NAFDAC certification for 5 of our products. This grant enabled us to boldly take the step of starting our NAFDAC registration, and that has impacted our business. We have grown, we have been able to serve more customers and employ new staff to work in our organization. I want to especially thank the Onitsha Business Hangout and Business Clinic for recognizing our business as a business that is, passionate to serve our produce, our locally grown produce, to more customers across the globe.
My name is Sinima Lovely Nwokwe, and I'm the creative director of Chloe Fashion Brand. One of our major challenges, prior to winning the grant, one of our major challenges was lack of funding. But with the grant, we are able to increase our production capacity and also help meet up with the growing demands of our customers. One of the big impacts that the grant did was to help us collaborate with other fashion designers, because we discovered that there were a lot of people that were struggling. So we were able to expand our tentacles to reach out to other fashion brands that were struggling to find a customer base. Okay, I want to extend my gratitude to Onitsha Business Hangout and also Don Ebubogo, the MD of Tiger Foods. I want to express my special thanksgiving to them for believing in startup companies like us. Thank you so much.
Right, my name is Chikwado Friday, and I'm the CEO of E-Cleaning Company. Coming to know about Onitsha Business Hangout, for me, a young entrepreneur, I was super excited when I heard about it, and I jumped right in. It gives my brand an opportunity to get to let the world know what we are doing here at E-Cleaning.
I'm hopeful that if I get to win the grant opportunity today, it would go a long way in scaling our business across the Southeast, because every day in Nigeria, people are looking for houses to rent. These grants would literally give our business that facelift that it deserves.
Here is the existing problem. Most buildings in Nigeria, especially the Southeast and Anambra State that I operate in, are painted. And after a year or two, the paint starts fading, and cracking.
And this was done through our technological idea called the segmentation technology or technique.
Currently, we are doing 2.4 million a month. If we have this oven, we could do 500% of what we are doing now, because we have orders coming from Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, that we are declining because we can't meet up with the demand.
Okay, so one of the reasons why I want the money for is to be able to buy more equipment, buy the machines that are able to increase the productivity of the paints that we make per day. Saying that most of the paints that I do, I print manually. Being able to purchase that machine equipment will make it process is much easier and faster, and being able to deliver the paint in the market.